welcome all of you to today's presentation with regards to the discretionary grant private sector funding window for the new financial year, which is 2026-2027, colleagues. Today I will be the chairperson and the presenter. Colleagues, the executive members and managerial staff are not able to attend today. I'm tendering their apologies due to the fact that for us SETAs, this is the most busiest time of the year because it's financial year end. In fact, it's actually 2 days before financial year end, which is the 31st of March, 2026. So most colleagues are engaged in finalizing issues pertaining to the current year in question. So colleagues, today's session is not going to be a drastic one as the last time. As I have stated, we do have some pressing issues regarding finalization of the current year's affairs. So we're going to be brief. I hope the questions are also brief, so that we can move the session at least to an hour or 2 hours max with that regard. Colleagues, in front of you, we have the agenda for today. I have already opened and welcomed everyone to the meeting. And apologies again to our executive, Ms. Juria Ahmed, who will not be able to make it to today's session, along with all the other managerial staff. Then, colleagues, for today's agenda, I will be just going through today's funding window advert. So I will be presenting the actual advert. And after that, we'll have a short session of question and answers that we're going to keep brief. Also, after that, we're going to have a system demonstration, which is going to be done by one of my fellow colleagues, Mr. Mshala, who will be joining the session shortly after my presentation. And after the demonstration, we're going to have questions and answers. Colleagues, I just wanted to start by just giving some quick disclaimers and information as we start. Based on the interaction we had in the previous session, I think we had quite a lot of people in that session, and I would like to think the majority of the people in that session were not essentially matching the description of the advert that I'm presenting. And I think that was one of the reasons why we had a very long session. So I'm just going to assist with a couple of clarifications while we start so that colleagues can be sure that they are in the right session for the right reasons, colleagues. The first thing, colleagues, is that the funding window that I'm going to be presenting in today's meeting, as I have stated before, it's the private sector funding window, colleagues. Just gonna enlarge my screen so that members are able to see what I am presenting. There we go. So it's the discretionary grant first funding window for 2026-2027 financial year, and it's specifically for the private sector. So point number one, this advert is not for public sector. If you are applying as a public institution, government institution, you are not allowed to apply for this funding window, colleagues. I just wanted to make that very clear so that we are all on the same page. So if you are a public entity wanting to apply in your own capacity for this funding window, you do not match the description. This is meant strictly for private sector employers that are registered with SASETA, which is SETA 19, submitting a WSP, paying levies, or either being exempt. So that's the first point. Let's take that into consideration, colleagues. Point number two, colleagues, is that this funding window, as I've stated before, is for private sector employers and not service providers. Colleagues, if you are here to apply as a service provider to tender your services for training, this advert is not inviting you. If you are trying to apply in your capacity as a service provider, as the main applicant for this funding window, you are not allowed to apply in this funding window. This funding window is strictly for private sector employers that match the description that I have just mentioned. Paying levies, registered with SETA 19, submitting a WSP. Very important, colleagues. The next point, this funding window, colleagues, is not for individual learners. In the last session, we had a lot of individual learners in the session. This session, colleagues, just want to highlight and emphasize, this is not application for individual learners who are looking for learnerships or placement of candidate attorneys or internships. This session is strictly for employers or organizations that are from the private sector that are affiliated with SASITA. No individual application of unemployed learners is allowed in this funding window. I'm just trying to make it clear so that we are in contact with the right description of applicants. Furthermore, colleagues, this platform is solely for the presentation of the funding window. It is not a platform for colleagues to raise queries on old funding windows or printing of certificates or queries they have with other issues that are outside of this funding window. If we are here, colleagues, for those purposes, let us please redirect those questions to the relevant departments or to the relevant channels. For example, if it's discretionary grant related and it's not to do with this funding window, you may kindly do so by sending an email to the DG mailbox at sasita.org.za, colleagues. dg@sasita.org, colleagues. That's the correct platform for all DG related queries that are not related to this funding window. Furthermore, colleagues, we are going to have a session of questions. Based on the last session, colleagues, we had a lot of colleagues that were trying to apply while I was doing the demonstration or talking, and henceforth they made a lot of mistakes. Colleagues, I'm going to caution colleagues from doing that. Do not listen and try and do what we are doing in the background, because that's where you're going to make the mistakes and you're going to end up not being able to proceed with your applications. So let us refrain from trying to mimic what we are doing in the background while we are applying, because you're going to make a mistake and your application is going to get stuck somewhere. Very important, colleagues. The next one, with regards to questions, when we do open a round of questions, colleagues, we're going to allow a maximum of 1 question per person, because based off the other session, we had people that were asking 4 or 5 questions and other colleagues did not receive an equal chance to ask questions. So we're going to try and limit it to 1 question per person for each of the sessions that we'll be going through. Next one, colleagues, I just wanted to inform you that we are trying to finalize the process of uploading the previous recording onto the SASITA website. As you can imagine, colleagues, the recording was quite large, and so we needed to find a way to convert it and maybe cut it into different segments so that we are able to upload it on the website. But by the close of business today, you should have access to the recording and the presentation that I was putting forth in the last session. Very important, colleagues. It will be available by close of business on the SASITA website. Colleagues, rules of today's meeting, may we make sure that we are always muted, unless if it's time for asking questions and your name has been called. Let us remain muted at all times. For those that have their cameras on, please switch off your cameras and make sure that you are not seen from any perspective. We just want to hear you. We don't want to see. And furthermore, colleagues, switching off your video will assist you with the network, because previous meeting colleagues were unable to get through the meeting because their network was bad. Please make sure your connection is stable so that you are able to get all the information that you require. For those colleagues that have minor questions, the chat box is available for you to send through your questions, and we will have our team answer them in the background while the session continues, so that at least we cover most of the questions from the applicants. Furthermore, colleagues, there were queries that we received after the last session we had, the first briefing session, with regards to people experiencing certain challenges on the system. Maybe I'll make examples of people trying to register their profiles, and you'd find where someone is trying to register a profile that already exists. For example, they applied in the previous funding window that we had open. When they come back now, they are trying to register again. So those are the small mistakes people are making, and we were resolving those. For those that had other issues where the system is saying your profile already exists, which basically means that your information is already in the system of SASITA, whether be it that you've been a learner maybe in the system before training some intervention, or you already have an existing profile with the SITA. We are attending to those queries, colleagues, and we are committing to make sure that by close of business tomorrow, all of those queries would have been resolved. The reason why the queries, the current queries are taking so long to attend to, including the approving of the requests to link yourself to an organization, is purely based on the fact that, as I was saying initially, that people were trying to apply in the background while I was presenting, and they made a lot of mistakes. Henceforth, we have a high volume of queries that should have not happened if people would have taken their time to make sure they listen to the recording and apply after the session. So the reason it's taking long, we have a high volume of queries that are coming in, and we are trying to make sure that we clean them out by close of business tomorrow so that colleagues are able to proceed with their applications. Colleagues, that was my brief disclaimer regarding the funding window. Colleagues, just from a show of hands, I'm receiving information that people are unable to hear me. Is that the case?
On my side, you're clear.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, DCS.
Yeah, we can hear you, Chief. We can hear you.
All right.
Yes, it's audible.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much, stakeholders. So I think maybe the other colleagues that are sending in messages saying that they cannot hear me might be having network-related issues. I'm glad that the colleagues that are in this session are able to hear us, colleagues. Colleagues, without any further ado, I'm going to quickly jump into the funding window. Remember, as stated, the presentation that I did the last time will be available on the website by close of business, along with the recording from the previous session. But nonetheless, we're still going to have another system demonstration for those that might have not seen it, and for those that want to refresh their memory. So we will have a colleague come in to do the demonstration. Colleagues, as stated before, this is the first funding window for the private sector employers for 2026-2027. Remember the important part. The description of the advert will always tell you about the people that are invited for the session, or the people that are eligible to be applying for the funding window. And if you look at that first paragraphs, it's very clear. It says we are inviting all private sector, private security, legal sector employers that are registered under SASITA or SITA 19, paying skills development levies to SASITA or being exempt from skills development levies. We're also inviting CBOs, NGOs, NPOs, cooperatives, and LPs that are operating within the space of the safety and security sector to submit their applications for the advert in question. So colleagues, very important, like I said before, if you do not meet this description that is on here, you are not permitted to apply. If you do apply, it will result in an automatic disqualification of your application because this advert is not targeted for you. For those, apologies, for those that are service providers and are trying to apply in their own capacity and they are not submitting a WSP, not paying levies, or not even registered with SITA 19, there is a specific funding window that will come after this one, which is called the public sector funding window, which is the funding window for government departments. So I'm just going to give a brief synopsis so that we're on the same page. That advert that I'm referring to will cater for service providers who want to render their services to employers of SASITA. So we will advertise a funding window for the public sector, inviting strictly accredited service providers to apply to render their services to the government departments of SASITA. So that's how the government departments or the government employers get serviced at SASITA. We have a separate funding window for them, which invites accredited service providers. So that is when you can attend those sessions if you want to apply.
We should attend to our
SASITA.
within the people.
Colleagues, can you please stay muted?
I can have a cell phone because of Adi. Over as a connect.
Please, can we stay muted? Okay, thank you. Colleagues are muted. I hope I'm not also muted. All right, I'm fine. All right. Moving further, colleagues, in every financial year, we use a new discretionary grant policy. For the 2026-2027 financial year, we're going to be using the discretionary grants policy version 14, which is available on the SASITA website under the discretionary grant banner. Please do not use version 13 from the previous financial year, as that policy is only applicable up until the 31st of March 2026, which is tomorrow. After tomorrow, version 13 of the previous year will no longer be in effect or in use. From the 1st of April, we're using the discretionary grant version 14. Please download that, make yourself familiar with the policy, so that you are able to put through a proper application. Moving forward, colleagues, we have your funding window period. This advert opened on the 15th of March and is going to close on the 6th of April, 2026 at 12 o'clock midnight. So colleagues, let us make sure before that date, before that time, that you have submitted your application and you're sure that on the system it's written submitted and not created. Let us be mindful of that. Moving forward, colleagues, this just talks to our briefing session that we are having today. The last session was on the 24th, and today's session, which is the last session of the funding window, is on the 30th, which is today's date. Colleagues, for issues of due diligence, applicants are advised that SASITA may conduct due diligence on shortlisted applicants, and further documents will be available or required during that time. So essentially what we are saying is that for all the applicants that would have went through the process of compliance, evaluation, and essentially get to the point of due diligence, just know that SASITA will request documentation over and above what is listed in this funding window for our own internal verification processes in relation to trying to assess whether one is eligible for a grant or not. Right. Colleagues, this is the most important part for me of the funding window advert, and this is where most people get it wrong. Let us make sure we read the requirements and we make sure we submit them as they are and as requested. Colleagues, we have here our compulsory stakeholders. Can you stay muted so that other colleagues are able to hear? I'm still mute. Good. Okay, so we have our compulsory documents to submit with your application. Firstly, members, each of the employers that have been listed in the opening statement, which is the invitation, have their own separate compulsory documents that are required for purposes of submission of the application. And we have split them so that we do not confuse people in terms of which documents are applicable to their entity type or their organizational type. The first one is your private security employers. That's the first category of employees that are invited for this funding window. We want a signed delegation of authority, company registration document that shows that you're in business, valid serial registration or certificate, valid COIDA or relevant public insurance for applicants to cover learners in the event of injuries while on training. We have your valid tax clearance certificate or certificate of good standing. In this one, colleagues, we are looking for the one-time PIN. Please provide a valid one-time PIN, and please make sure that your affairs with the taxman, which is SARS, are in order because we are going to do verification on all those documents, inclusive of the CIRA, the CIPSI, and the tax. We do verification after one has submitted. Number 6, we have your valid BEE certificate or sworn affidavit for those that are small entities, which is duly commissioned off by the relevant people. The next category of employers that are invited are for the legal sector employers, which essentially is usually your law firms. And we have the exact same requirements. It's one or two that are different because of the nature or the type of entity they're applying as. Said signed delegation of authority is the same. The company registration document is the same requirement as above. The difference, we have a valid Fidelity Fund certificate that we're expecting only from law firms. We also have the valid Legal Practice Council registration, only specifically for law firms. We have the valid COIDA or public insurance. We also have the one-time PIN from SARS, and we also have a BEE or SON affidavit. Those are the requirements specifically for the legal sector employers, colleagues. Furthermore, the last category of employers that are invited to apply for the funding window are the special private sector interest groups, which are the CBOs, NPOs, cooperatives, and NLPs. And they are expected to submit their delegation, company registration document, certificate of registration as non-pivotal, if it's applicable, proof of registration as a public benefit organization from SARS, an updated one, if that's applicable to them, valid COID or insurance if they are training learners, and also a one-time PIN to that effect, making sure that their status with the taxman is in good standing. We also have the valid BEE certificate and so on affidavit. So colleagues, those are the compulsory requirements for each of those different type of employers that are applying for this funding window. If you do not submit any one of these documents, then your application at compliance will be declined, and we do not accept any other documents after the effect. So make sure you submit the right documents. Make sure your documents do not have passwords. Make sure you do not scan and upload like documents, and make sure you upload the relevant documents. For the SDFs in the room that apply on behalf of multiple entities, please make sure you submit documents that match the entity you're submitting, because we've had cases where one is applying for 4 companies, and when they upload the document, they mix them. So let us make sure we do not disadvantage the employers that are looking to receive grants from the SETA, and let us make sure we review our submission before sending it so that we do not make those mistakes. As noted before, as a SETA, our job is to make sure that we redistribute these grants to the sector, and we do not want people left out purely based on petty mistakes that could have been identified right at the start, colleagues. Moving forward, colleagues, enough said on that. Colleagues, for those employers that have been mentioned above that are not accredited and want to apply for accredited programs and are partnering with a skills development provider, these are the requirements that your service provider must provide when applying along with you in your application. So I'll reiterate or re-say what I just said. For employers that are interested in applying for credit-bearing programs, meaning programs that lead to a certain qualification or some sort of NQF-aligned outcome, and you are not accredited in your own name, you are allowed to apply as an employer along with an accredited skills development provider. And the catch is that this service provider you are applying along with must submit a valid CIRA registration if they're applying for security-related programs, proof of accreditation and program approval if the program is pivotal, and company registration document for that service provider, because we need to authenticate whether they are a legal person or not. And if they are in existence or in business, we do not want people that are deregistered or under liquidation or business rescue. Number 4, we also want the one-time PIN of the service provider, because on most occasions when we enter into funding agreements, the employer would want the SETA to channel the funds of the grant to the service provider directly. And as a public entity, we cannot be seen to be doing business with a entity that is not in good standing with the taxman. So we are supposed to make sure that the entity is meeting all the legislative requirements as they should. So the service provider must submit all these 4 documents to make sure that they also get vetted or verified by the SETA when doing their evaluations for the funding window. Non-submission or late submission of information or documentation required will lead to an automatic disqualification without recourse. I think I did mention, if you do not submit any of these mandatory documents or compulsory documents, your application will not be entertained any further. Additional information, it's basic, it does not have to come with the application. Where people are applying in a partnership, which is an employer and a service provider, you also need to sign an MOU in the background, just to make sure that yourself and the service provider are clear in terms of the roles of each of the parties, so that when it's time to enter into a contract, or when you do enter into a contract, in the event you are awarded, the roles of each party are clearly defined. So this is not a compulsory document, colleagues. Based on experience, we have found that when employers partner with service providers or skills development providers, they do not sign a document that clearly defines the role of the 2 parties. As the SETA, we do not interfere with those internal processes. So we are just giving the heads up to say, if you're an employer applying along with a service provider, please iron out the conditions of your partnership. In the event that the SETA, when they do award, you are able to know that the employer's responsibilities start from here and end up to here, and the service provider responsibilities start from here and end up to there, so that we do not have any sort of miscommunication or misunderstanding at the time of implementation, for purposes of making sure we complete all our projects. Important notes from our side, colleagues. I think I had touched bases. We're using version 14 that's attached on the website. For those that do not know where to locate the advert and these documents, you're going to go to www.sasita.org.za, which is the SASITA website. You're going to navigate to the discretionary grant banner, click on it, and inside you'll find all the information I was referring to. For private security and legal sector employers, companies must have submitted their WSP/ATR in the prescribed template by the 30th of April, as legislated. Also, applicants who are in the process of inter-sector transfer are required to produce proof that they are contributing levies to their current SETA, which they are registered with. Very important. Moving down, colleagues, I'm not going to go into detail with each of the programs that the SETA has advertised, but from a high-level perspective, SASITA in every funding window funds a particular set of program types that essentially boil down to actual programs that are put on the advert. But the program types that we have available, colleagues, on this funding window, we have your employed bursaries. The employed bursaries, colleagues, are bursaries that are going to be funded for the employees of the employer. So these bursaries are purely meant for your own staff. You cannot take this bursary and give it to an unemployed learner. That unemployed learner is not part of your entity. So the only time you distribute these bursaries, if that person belongs to your company as an employee. So we must be very careful around that. That's the list of the 6 programs that we have advertised. And colleagues, in their own spare time, will go through the types of programs and see whether it's something that they would want to engage on. The numbers and the NQF levels are clear on the right-hand side, and those are the numbers that are available for implementation according to our APP, which is the Annual Performance Plan. Colleagues, on those bursaries, the only thing I want to highlight that's important is number 6. Number 6, colleagues, is not an actual bursary. In number 6, we have opened up the specification of, or the category of bursaries people can apply for as employed learners through their company or through their employer. Colleagues, these are any occupations listed in the national list of occupations in high demand. So there will be a list attached on our website of the different occupations that are available, and colleagues can pick and select from there and apply for them as they are stated in there. But from number 1 to number 5, those are specific programs that we want you to apply for, because these are listed in our sector skills plan as scarce and critical skills that are required in the sector. So if you are wanting to apply for those ones as an employer on behalf of your employees, you can choose any one of those. Moving forward, colleagues, below each of the tables, we have put down the disaggregations of the program type. This essentially is us telling you from the onset that in the event you do get awarded, this is what you need to meet. For example, these are the conditions that we're putting forward. At least 54% of the nominated employees must be women. So just know that if you're going to apply for any of these bursaries and you apply for 10, just know that of those 10 learners you're applying for, at the time you're awarded, when you do your actual recruitment or selection, 54% of those 10 awarded grants must go to females or women. Moving forward, we have your unemployed learnerships. These are the unemployed legacy learnerships that we have advertised. We have 6 of them. The NQF level is clear, the SAQA ID is clear, and the number of grants that are available for the current funding window for this sector are these numbers that are on here. Please make sure you're accredited for any of these programs, and please make sure your accreditation is valid when applying for them. Furthermore, colleagues, we have your occupational certificates registered as learnerships. These are strictly qualifications that are quality assured or by QCTO, and the accreditation is issued by QCTO and not by any SETA. All the SETAs are referred to as quality partners for purposes of occupational certificates. Now, colleagues, these are new occupational certificates that are registered as learnerships with DHET, and we have 6 of them. We have the cyber analyst, we have the science practitioner, cloud administrator, software engineer, security officer, which is the new GSO, for lack of a better term. And we have robotic processing and automation, because we're moving in the fourth industrial revolution space. We need to be dabbling in that sector as well as the SETA. So these are the occupational certificates that are registered as learnerships that are available to applicants to apply for. SAQA IDs are the number of credits available are there, and the number of grants that the SETA can fund are there. Important notes, as I said, these are the disaggregations. We have 70% of the learners must be between the ages of 18 to 35, meaning that they must be youth. They must meet the minimum entry requirements of each of the programs above. If you go to your QCTO website and download the curriculum document for each of those learnerships that we have advertised there, you will see the curriculum document will tell you about the specification in terms of the entry requirements that a learner must meet in order to be enrolled on these programs. Very important. Colleagues, we are also saying under this section, make sure you have the right number of mentors for the learners that are going to be taken onto the program. For now, our ratio is 1:5. So make sure you have enough mentors for those learners. Next one, we have employed learnerships, which is learnerships that are going to be available for you to train your own staff and not the staff of another company. All the learners that you are training must be your own employees for these specific learnerships. So we have these 10 learnerships that we have advertised for employed, and all of them are legacy qualifications. Again, make sure your accreditation is still valid when applying for these programs. So the below one talks to employed occupational certificates that are registered as learnerships. Stakeholders, can we stay muted? The other employed programs that we have are for occupational certificates, also registered as learnerships with QCTO. For now, colleagues, we have only advertised 2 of those learnerships. Remember, these occupational certificates registered as learnerships must be only given to your own employees and not the employees of another company. We have 75% being employees that must be over the age of 35. Apologies. So here, colleagues, very important, when applying for employed learnerships, please note that we have a disaggregation from our APP, the annual performance plan, saying that 75% of the employees taking on to the program must be over the age of 35. Make sure we recruit the right learners, make sure they meet the entry requirements, and the same ratio still applies. Then below, colleagues, we have our short programs, which are the employed skills programs or short courses for the employees of your own company, not the learners of another institution. And we have these SASITA quality assured skills programs. These are registered package skill programs. And under the SACO ID, this number that you see starting with a 19 is the unique identifier of the skills program that is registered with our ETQA. These are the skills programs that are available for colleagues to apply for. Then from number 6, 7, and 8, these are skills programs that are quality assured outside of SASITA, and these are advertised as a standalone unit standards from those relevant SETAs. Just looking at the names, I can quickly tell you that these are ETDP SETA unit standards. So these are the 8 skills programs, colleagues, that are available for people to apply. Please make sure that your accreditation for that service provider that you are choosing has all of these unit standards appearing. If one unit standard doesn't appear, you are recorded to as not accredited. So all the unit standards needs to appear on the accreditation of the service provider. Please make sure when you attach your accreditation, it does show the individual unit standards. If it doesn't, please get your program approval, which will highlight the individual unit standards that one is accredited for. No one is accredited automatically for all the unit standards, so you need to be able to show that you are accredited for each and every one of them. For unemployed learners, colleagues, that you can take on to unemployed skills programs, these are the same, more or less, skills programs that we also have available. If you look at the list, it's similar to the top one. We have exactly around 10 of skills programs. Then the last 2 skills programs, colleagues, are occupational skills programs that are registered by QCTO, meaning that if you go onto the QCTO website, you type in this unique identifier or skills program code, it should show you those skills programs and show you the curriculum documents, which will lead you to know what are the requirements for you to enroll certain learners on. Below, colleagues, we have your work integrated learning, which is your work experiential learning. This is strictly for unemployed learners, but again, this is for employers to apply in their own capacity because they want to host unemployed learners. It's not for individual unemployed learners to apply. This is for employers. Candidacy, for example, is usually popular or is actually directed towards the legal sector, meaning law firms. Law firms are the people that are supposed to apply on behalf of those learners that they want to host. It's not the other way around. Let us not have learners trying to apply for this because the system will not permit them. This is for law firms to apply on behalf of those learners that they want to host. These are the type of candidacy programs that are available, colleagues. We have 4 of them. We have one for 24 months for candidate attorneys. We have the second one for 24 months. But this one, the only difference is that the learners that are going to be taken onto the program must be placed in a firm that deals with intellectual property, or at least in a department within the firm that deals with intellectual property work. The next one is 24 months also, but this one specifically, the learners that are being enrolled onto this program must be placed in a department that deals with work regarding conveyancing, and that's specifically the requirement when taking on the learners. The last one, colleagues, is the 12-month program. For those that want to become advocates, the law firm must apply for this program and enroll learners specifically that have already completed their PLT. So specifically, the learners that are going to be enrolled on this number 4 program is learners that have already completed their PLTs. So here, colleagues, we are not saying we are going to pay for PLTs. We are saying the requirement for you to enroll a learner on this 12 months one, you must enroll a learner that has already completed their PLTs. That's the requirement. And the disaggregations are straightforward: 60% female, 80% youth, 80% of the candidates must be Black, at least 20% of the learners must be focusing on conveyancing work, which was mentioned at the top. At least 5 learners must be focusing on intellectual property work or placed in a department that deals with intellectual property. Internships for the unemployed. Again, employers must apply on behalf of the learners that they want to host. We have one program that's available for internships for a maximum of 24 months, and it's open to all qualifications that are listed in SASITA's sector skills plan or occupations in high demand. And we are saying 60% must be female of the people you're recruiting, 80% of them must be youth. 100 of those learners must be learners targeting occupations that are identified in SASITA's sector skills plan, which can be located on the website. And at least 30 of those learners who complete SASITA funded bursaries in the past must be part of the learners who are coming onto the program. That's one of the requirements we have. The remaining one, colleagues, is TVET graduate placement for unemployed learners. Again, employers must apply on behalf of those learners because you want to host them. And colleagues, now we have these 2 programs. We have the TVET placement grant, which is for 12 months and is strictly only for learners that have N4 and for purposes of recruitment, and we have 150. So you can't take a learner with N6 and put them on a 12-month program. We only want you to take learners with N4 onto the 12-month program. The next one talks to 18 months. We want you to take on learners for 18 months that are in possession of an N6 for purposes of meeting the requirements of the program. Colleagues, for this section that speaks to TVET placement, we are only looking for people to take on learners specifically from TVET institutions. Specifically from TVET institutions, colleagues. Very important, that are recognized by Department of Higher Education, by the way, colleagues. And the disaggregation, we have 90% of the learners must be youth, and 5% of the learners at least must be PWD, which is persons with disability. Colleagues, this is a very important section that I currently have queries on the previous funding window. Colleagues, let us make sure we read through the advert and make sure we understand every line item, because in the event we are going to award you, we are not supposed to have questions right at the end, because we would like to think that you read the advert and you understand it. And when we do process an award with some of these conditions, that you are aware when you are putting in an application. Colleagues, as a SETA, we must be seen to be assisting with alleviating the unemployment rate in the country. So as part of our targets as a SETA, we have an absorption target that we need to meet. And we are saying for this current financial year, we have these absorption percentages that we're going to put as conditions on your award letters, should you be deemed compliant. One, for all the large entities that are going to be applying, meaning all entities that employ more than 150 plus employees as per their WSP, will be required to absorb 35% of the learners that they take on. This speaks to unemployed learners, colleagues. Secondly, medium companies that are applying, meaning those that are employing between 50 and 149 employees, will be expected to absorb 25% of the unemployed learners that they are taking on. Then number 3, all the small and special interest groups that will be applying, which essentially talks to 0 to 49 employees in the company, you'll be required to absorb at least 15% of the learners into your company, so that we are not seen to be just training learners and let them sit at home. We must be training them and making sure that they get employment within these institutions, colleagues. Also, this will assist in growing your employees as well. Okay, colleagues, apologies. I'm just going to ask again, are there any people in the room who are unable to hear me?
You are audible, good sir.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, colleagues, moving forward, we have some submission notes. Applicants, as said before, they must submit the applications no later than 12 o'clock midnight on the 6th, and anything that is missing, any form of material or documents, will be disqualified. We do not want any hand-delivered documents submitted to SASITA. The applications are online on the IMS system, which is going to be demonstrated shortly. Then applicants must upload all compulsory documents. We've touched bases on that and make sure that they are all valid, they are all scanned correctly, and there are no mistakes on those documents. Further note, an important statement says that upon awarding of the grant, we must make sure that the awarded projects commence within 30 days of the award so that the SETA is able to report on those programs within the correct financial year. And just as a disclaimer, SASITA follows a 4-phase evaluation process that will be used to award grants, which involves compliance checking, evaluation, adjudication, and due diligence. That is the process that SASITA follows, only for applicants that meet basic compliance assessment at the start. These grants should be applied for again if you wish to train learners and host at your company, and not by training providers sourcing business opportunities to offer their services. I think I spoke in detail about that. The number of employees or learners grants applied for may not exceed the number of employed persons listed in your WSP. Very important, colleagues. I told you right at the start that when applying for employed grants, you're applying on behalf of your own employees and not the employees of another company. So if you are applying for 10 bursaries, make sure that you have 10 employees. Don't apply for 10 bursaries when you have 1 employee. Where are you going to get the other employees? Don't apply for 100 learners for employed skills program when you know that you only employ 20. We will not give you 100. We will give you based on the number of learners that have been reflected in your WSP that you have submitted to the SETA. For those cooperatives, NGOs, CBOs, and NLPs that are not submitting their WSP to SASITA, that information will be verified at the time of due diligence to make sure that we allocate the number of learners that one has capacity to take on. Applicants to ensure that the ratios indicated for mentors, principals to unemployed learners and interns colleagues, are you able to hear me? I'm getting reports that colleagues are not able to hear
we
me.
lost you there for a second. I think you were muted.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah,
audible.
Okay, apologies for that, colleagues. Right, colleagues, let me go back to the one I was explaining. Colleagues, we are saying that these grants should be applied for by entities who wish to train learners and host at their company, and not by training providers sourcing business opportunities to offer their services, right? And number 7, colleagues, is a very important item. We are saying that the number of employed learner grants applied for must not exceed the number of employed persons that are listed under your WSP or ATR. We are saying, colleagues, if you are applying for 100 skills programs, make sure you have 100 employees available for the skills programs. Make sure you do not apply for 100 whereas you employ only 20. We will give you in line with the capacity that has been reflected on your WSP. If you apply for 20 and you employ 25 employees, it means we can give you that 20 learners. But if you apply for more than what you have, then the SETA will not provide those grants based on the fact that your capacity does not match the number of people you have in-house as employed personnel in your company. So let us be sure, colleagues, that we're mindful of that perspective. Number 8 speaks to the ratios indicated for mentors, principals allocated for unemployed learners, interns, candidate attorneys as required by the DG policy. This was verified prior to finalizing the awards. So colleagues, there are certain ratios that are used in different aspects of the sectors. For example, in the legal sector, when people are taking on candidate attorneys for placement of their articles, there's a ratio that says 1:3, meaning that one principal can only take on a maximum of 3 learners, and they cannot take more. Colleagues, I'm not sure if we're having a network issue. Are we still not able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear
Sorry,
you.
Those
colleagues.
who went to the wrong link.
You're
That's why
audible.
they
You're
couldn't hear
audible on my
you.
side.
Can hear you.
Oh, people went to the wrong link. Colleagues,
Yes, they
please
need
make
to
sure.
refresh their browser and then enter on the correct date, the today date it happened.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. So apologies, colleagues, for pausing and asking, because I'm getting communication from my team, from different people that are in the session saying that they are unable to hear me. That makes sense. So we do have a couple of people that are in the incorrect meeting. But colleagues, as I move along and talk, if there's anywhere where you lose me, please highlight it to me so that I can make sure you do not miss out on any of the information. Thank you for that, ma'am. Colleagues, number 9 is a simple one. SASITA reserves the right to conduct due diligence on considered applicants. This is essentially the last step of evaluation for the SETA to make sure that the information that has been submitted in your application matches the physical content of your workplace. So we are there to make sure that when you take on unemployed learners for an internship placement, that you have workstations, you have the equipment to host the learners, and that you're placing the learners in the department that matches their qualification. Colleagues, we do not want a situation whereby you apply to host learners with a financial qualification and they are sitting at the reception. Colleagues, let us make sure that the learners that you're taking onto whichever program are placed in the right places so that the placement can be beneficial to the learners as well. Colleagues, just a bold statement from our side. Applicants who require assistance may send an email to the DG mailbox, which is dg@sasita.org.za by latest the 1st of April 2026 to enable sufficient time for assistance to be provided. So we are saying don't wait until the last minute to ask questions. Ask them while there's still time so that we are able to assist you and we make sure you submit your application for purposes of applying for grants. Then, colleagues, as a disclaimer, SASITA reserves the right to increase or decrease the number of spaces available. SASITA further reserves its right not to make any awards in respect of this funding window. So, colleagues, if at any point you apply for 100 learners and we give you 50 learners, we are doing what you call equitable distribution because the number of employers that are in the system most of the time will exceed the number of grants that the SETA has available, or it will exceed the APP targets that have been set forth between ourselves and the Department of Higher Education. So proportionate allocation is always used to make sure that we try and distribute the grants as much as we can to the stakeholders that have met all the minimum requirements. In some cases, colleagues, we will allocate to you grants in a certain intervention and not in another intervention, purely because we are trying to make sure that we share the grants equally amongst the applicants of this funding window. So I just wanted to make that very clear. Colleagues, I'd like to think that is the end of this advert. That is me giving you a very detailed or high-level summary of the advert that SASITA has put out, colleagues. I am going to pause for just 2 minutes and I'll open up this section to questions and points of clarity so that my colleagues in the background can prepare for the demonstration session of the system. Colleagues, thank you.
Mr. Maluka, may I ask about the candidacy?
Stakeholders, I'm back for the questions. Colleagues, I'm hoping we're not going to have a lot of questions. I see there are 7. I'm going to follow the order of the questions. Okay, now I see the questions are growing. Okay, I see so far we have 11. Okay. Colleagues, please do not put your hand down. I just need my colleagues to note the hands that are have been raised so that by the time you lower it, I have a list of the names. Just a second while they capture the names quickly. Colleagues, I see there are 17 questions. I think I'm going to cut them at number 17, which is Tamim Nisi. That's the last person, so that we are able to proceed into that demonstration. So Tamim Nisi will be the last person on the list. Thank you, colleagues. I'm just noting down the hands. The rest of the colleagues are after number 17, which is Tamim Nisi. Please put your questions in the chat box, and the colleagues will answer them as I answer the other questions. And remember, colleagues, as stated at the start, 1 question per person so that we're able to move the session along so that we do not have a 3 or 4 hour session like the last time. So my colleagues are just noting down the names. Just in a second when they are done, I'm going to take them in that specific order that has been given to me. And once I do call your name out, you will be asked to lower your hand so that we are clearly seeing that the number is going down. So colleagues, let us keep our questions strictly based on the advert at hand and make sure that the questions are in line with the advert and not about queries of previous adverts. Those that are asking questions as individual candidate attendees or learners looking for internships, as stated at the start of the meeting as a disclaimer, this funding window is strictly for companies or organizations that are applying on behalf of their own staff or learners. So let's make sure we are aware so that we do ask the relevant questions, colleagues. The list is almost done. I'm going to start Okay, I'm going to start with Bonginkosi. You're number one. Please ask your question.
Thank you. This is all for the presentation and the opportunity. I just want to
Yes,
find
sir.
out your advert, the current advert. Where does it place non-levy paying legal sector employers? For example, a law firm, a law firm that is not necessarily paying skills development levies because they might have maybe be sitting with 2 attorneys there and not reaching the threshold of 500,000 payroll. I'm asking this because the requirement is that those type of employers need to submit WSP. But if they are less than, if their threshold, their annual bill, salary bill is less than 500,000, they obviously not registered for SDL and therefore would not necessarily be required to submit WSP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonginkosi. That's a quick question. Just to give clarity, colleagues, the WSP and the levies are two separate things. One, if one is exempt from paying levies, they are still legislated to submit a workplace skills plan. Submitting a workplace skills plan does not mean that you have to be contributing levies. So to answer your question, the WSP is a legislative document that must be submitted by all the employers that are registered under that specific SETA that they are operating in. So whether you're levy paying or non-levy paying, you must still submit a workplace skills plan, because we use those documents to collect critical information within the sector to see what our employers require for purposes of training, to keep track if they are implementing the training of any sort, and for majority purposes, for informational purposes, so that we make sure we implement corrective or correct programs that make an impact within the sector. So just to answer your questions, whether you're levy paying or non-levy paying, whether your salary bill is below the threshold of 500,000, or whether you have 1, 2, or 3, or 10 employees, it is an eligibility criteria that is legislated to say that you are supposed to be submitting a WSP to the SETA that you're registered with. I hope that answers the question, sir.
Understood. And that would imply that you would expect the same from NPOs, just to check.
No, for NPOs, CBOs, NLPs, and cooperatives, if based off their services that they offer, they do not align with any of the SETAs, so they are not expected to submit a WSP. Those that are applying as special interest groups that are private, those ones are not permitted to be submitting a WSP because they do not meet the description in the legislation.
All right, thank you, Bruce.
My pleasure, sir. Okay, colleagues, moving forward, number 2 as a name of a security company and not of an individual. Tim Cap, what's the name?
It's ThinkUpHead.
Oh, ThinkUpHead. All right,
Yes.
my eyes are bad. ThinkUpHead Security Solutions. Please come through.
We wanted to get clarity. We have SETA 19 and the company is registered with the WSP, but we're not yet paying levies. Do we still qualify?
Okay, so you've submitted a WSP, or you're submitting a WSP, but you have not paying levies as yet. Is
Yes.
it based on the fact that you are recently transferred from another SETA to SASETA, or you're newly registered?
We are newly registered.
Yes. Okay, so if you're newly registered, our system will show that you're a newly registered entity and that you submitted a WSP. So there's internal processes on how we actually look into those companies, because we do look at the data in terms of when did you register with us, just to make sure that we do not disadvantage you. So that is perfectly fine. If you're newly registered or newly transferred from another SETA to SASETA and you've submitted a WSP, and you will be looked at differently, because we do look at the date at which you started coming to SASETA, and we assess it based on that. Do you employ more than 50 employees, and is your salary bill above 500,000?
No,
But we have more than.
but we have more than 15.
More than 50, 50.
15.
Oh, you're 15. So basically, chances are you are exempt from contributing levies. Just make sure you check your salary bill to make sure that if in financially or annually, if your salary bill is more than 500,000, then you are automatically exempt from contributing levies. So chances are you might not even be eligible to be contributing levies. But as long as you submitted your WSP, you should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure, ma'am. The next person, we have Zweletu. Please come through.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, my good sir, man. Thank you very much for such an insightful presentation. Actually, very impressed with what is coming through. I've got a number of questions. If you'll allow me just two questions in, they might have been dealt with, but the rest maybe I'll put them on the chat. The first question on the issue of redirecting the funds instead of you guys paying directly the employer instead of paying directly the training provider instead of the employer. What process is there in place between ourselves? I did get the point that you would have to have an MOU, but from the side of the SETA, is there a process that we'll have to do so that whatever funds the training costs would have to come directly to the training provider? Then the second question from my side, the workplace approvals. We will be doing the qualifications on the QCTO ones. Is there a process? The last point you said you're going to do due diligence. Is there not a proactive process that as we are also applying, we can do an application like with other cities where we apply for the site visits to be done? As you guys are continuing with the evaluation process, the site visits can be done for the workplace approval, because in any case, whether we get appointed, whether the employer gets appointed or not, we'll still need, maybe for the next window, you will still need to have an approved workplace, like you said, that learners must not be sitting at the reception. Can we not engage in a workplace approval process irrespective, so that we know that going forward, all these employers have an approved workplace? Then maybe the last question, just taking my chance here. The date of award, what are your timeframes looking like? Because that have to do, we'll have to just plan around our own capacity to say, as it's closing on the 6th, when are you guys expecting to award, so one can begin to plan the resources? But the other questions, I'll put them on the chat. Thank you very much, my good sir.
Thank you, Prazweli. You're breaking my rule. But for purposes of just giving the, okay, it's okay. Just to add quick clarity, because I think they are short ones. First one, you asked regarding the payment of grants directly to service providers. That's a quick one. Remember that the person who's applying for the grant is the employer, right? And when the SETA awards the grant, they award it to the employer. So it's at the employer's discretion if they want the amount to be paid directly to them or to the service provider. But to answer your question, the award, when it's made to the employer. Should there be any change regarding who's to be paid directly, that will be something discussed at contracting with the implementation department, which is the projects department, where there will be a sitting between the employer and the service provider to discuss the nuances of the contract. But as I have said, the eligible person to be paid by structure of the contract is the employer. But if the employer decides that they do not want to get involved in that, they just want SASETA to pay the service provider directly, then it will be a conversation or a decision made by the employer who has put in the application, because they are the owner of the grant and they are the person who's supposed to be the recipient of the grant. I hope that one is clear, sir. So it's more of a conversation that you have along with the employer that you are applying along with. And if they choose that SASETA will pay them directly, then it means that you are supposed to have an arrangement outside of the DG contract. But if the employer agrees to say pay the service provider directly, then it can be done in that sense. I hope I answered that question properly. Mr. Zwedi?
No, covered very much. No, I'm covered
Alright.
on that first question.
All right, perfect. Question number 2, you were saying, why can't you get workplace visits irrespective of whether one is compliant or non-compliant? That is difficult from our side as a SETA. One, we always make sure we refrain from creating expectations as the first point. Number 2, the volume of applicants that we receive in a funding window, there's a lot. And from a cost-effective perspective and from a fruitless and wasteful expenditure perspective, it would not make sense to visit someone that is going to fail the compliance assessment because that might be recorded as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Remember that we're bound by the PFMA. If we are seen to be traveling the whole province to do due diligence on 400 companies, you can understand that's a lot of money. And if that award materializes that it failed the very first step of evaluation, it might be recorded as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But nonetheless, let me give clarity so that we are on the same page. If you read our discretionary grant policy version 14, there's a clause that speaks to due diligence. What we do is that for employers that already have grants with the SETA, meaning that they are in existence, they still have projects that they are training with us within the time frame that this advert is open. Those employers will not receive a site visit because they are still within the system. They receive regular monitoring. They receive regular site visits, whether be it from verification from E2K, whether be it from the monitoring department of SASITA to come visit and see how the project is rolling out, whether be it being a phone call from the projects department trying to assess whether everything is going well. Those companies do not receive a due diligence because in the past 12 months, they have received the due diligence before, or in the past 12 months, they still have a current contract that's running on the SASITA commitment register. Those employers do not need a due diligence. The only people that receive a due diligence visit are those employers that are the opposite of what I just said. One, they've never done business with SASITA, meaning that they have never been awarded by us before. Those are the only companies that we visit. 2, if a company maybe was awarded by SASITA 10 years back, and after that 10 years, they've never applied again to SASITA. Because they don't have a current or running project with SASITA, we will go and also do a site visit. So we have split them in that category to make sure that we do not take on people that we do not have their current status or the current format of their workplaces for purposes of implementation of programs. I hope I gave you a substantial answer for that one, Mr. Zweli.
Yeah, understood, my brother. Then the expected date of award, that was the last question.
Yeah, standard SASITA has 90 days to complete the awarding of every funding window they put out. So it's 90 days from the date of closure. That's the basic answer, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prazweli. Please, colleagues, let's keep the questions short and up to 1. Next person we have Raina. Please come through. Raina, please come through with your question. Raina, your mic is unmuted, but we can't hear you. Raina, can you hear us? Okay, colleagues, I can't seem to hear Raina. Maybe there's issues with her connection. So I'll pause and come back to her if she's still there. I'm going to skip then to the next person, Samke. Please come through. Samke Shabalala. Please come through.
Hi, colleagues.
Samke.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I just want to find out with regards to what is this? Service providers. Because we're approached by 2 employees asking us to apply for this funding. But I'm not quite sure, Huti, how do we then go forward with finding a service providers? Because they want to do a short course here, control room. So I just need a bit of clarity, Huti. Is it the company that's responsible for finding accredited service providers, or what do we do?
Okay, thank you for the question, Samke. One, if you remember during my presentation, I said this advert is strictly inviting employers to apply on behalf of the employees. Are you an employer or are you a service provider?
I'm an employer.
Okay, perfect. So you're an employer who's submitting a WSP, contributing levies, or either being exempt.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you're saying your employees want to be enrolled on some or one of the programs that's on our advert.
Yes.
Correct. So that means that you as the employer, if you are not accredited for those programs that we have advertised, you must go and partner with a service provider who is accredited for that program. And you put through an application along with that accredited service provider, make sure they attach the documents as per the advert, and that will be how you get a service provider into the system to train the learners that are interested in that program. So you need to go and look for your own service provider that is accredited, do your own due diligence and everything, and apply along with them onto our system. And that is how you're going to get a service provider to train your own employees. Is that a clear enough answer?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samke. I'm quickly going to go back to Raina. Raina, are you back? Raina, can you hear me? Okay, colleagues, I think Raina has a challenge with their network because I see you're unmuted, but we are not hearing anything. Please maybe log out of the meeting and log back in. Maybe that will assist Raina. I'm going to skip to Shadi. Shadi, please come through.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
I think at the beginning of the presentation, you gave a brief disclaimer regarding this. However, I wanted to know that after linking the organization and submitting the required documents, how long will it take to get approved?
As noted, ma'am, I did say by close of business tomorrow, all those queries will be cleared out. But on a standard basis, it should be 2 days. The reason we're taking slightly longer than that is due to the fact that we have a large influx of people who made mistakes in terms of opening up their user accounts. And now that is it's quite a lot of people. So we're trying to get through each person up until the last one. We're taking them through on a first come first basis perspective. So it's usually 2 days, but we're going to push to make sure by close of business tomorrow, all those that are trying to link themselves will be approved by close of business so they can proceed with the application.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, Shadi. Apologies for that. That will be corrected.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have on the list, we have Andani. Please come through.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
My question is based on the mandatory documents that have to be submitted by employers from the legal sector. I would like to apologize first because I had a network problem and maybe you might have covered this aspect. But I see document number 4, which is a valid legal practice council registration. Which document is that? Because I see that you're also looking for an FFC as well as CIPC registration documents. So my confusion is with the document number 4, which is a valid legal practice council registration.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Number 4, ma'am, I'd like to think most of the law firms would know which one that is, but for benefit of the others in the room, number 4, the Legal Practice Council is the registration document that affiliates you to the LPC. I would like to think that as a law firm, you are affiliated with the LPC as they are the overall authority of the industry. And in terms of legislation, law firms need to be affiliated with them in order to take on certain processes. For example, I'd like to think the LPC registration allows your attorneys to be able to appear in court. So if the institution or the law firm in its own capacity does not have a legal practice council registration with the LPC, I'd like to think your own attorneys will not have that permission to be appearing in court, if that's the case.
Sorry, sir. We do. I am affiliated with the Legal Practice Council, but then there is no documentation that I received to say, ma'am, this is your practice number, this is so and so, because all those things would appear on my FFC. And then annually, I only receive invoices to say, okay, for this year's practice fee, can you please pay an X amount of money into this account? And then it ends there. So my question was, is there a specific document that you are looking for? Maybe in this instance, would I have to go and request for a letter of good standing, for example, because the LPC does provide for such, where you have to request a letter of good standing to show that you are still in practice?
Yes, ma'am. So, okay, regardless of the fact that I was still talking, ma'am, it's okay. All I'm saying is that if you were to visit the LPC and ask them for a legal practice council registration letter for the company, they will issue it to you. If you are saying you are affiliated with them, I'm thinking you're referring to yourself as an individual attorney that is practicing. So I'm referring to the legal practice registration letter that talks to the company. If you go to the LPC, they will furnish that letter, because it's not the first time we're having it on the funding window advert requirements, and we've received that letter with no failure. So short answer is that you are allowed to go there to LPC and request them to give you a legal practice registration letter of your company, and they will do so. And on that letter, they will also list at the bottom that you're also in good standing with your Fidelity Fund aspect as well. So the short and sweet answer is that yes, go to the LPC, request the registration, and they will provide it, ma'am. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy. The next person we have on the list, we have Bongiwe. Please come through. Bongiwe.
Good day, everyone. How are you?
Hi, Bongiwe. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, sir. I'm a candidate at this law firm. So I asked my employer to apply on my behalf. It says it has everything that is required, but it doesn't have a tax compliance. It does have a tax compliance, but it's saying it doesn't comply with it. So is it possible for me to ask another employer to apply on my behalf while I'm still serving at another law firm? Or do I have to sit my articles from here and apply to a new law firm?
Okay, Bongiwe. Colleagues, just to make it clear again, as stated initially, this advert is for private sector employers, so individual learners are not allowed to apply. So just to answer your question, Bongiwe, that first employer that has to apply on behalf of you, if they are not on good standing with the taxman, they should not even apply, because we do verifications of their tax status, and we are bound by the PFMA to be doing business with people that are on good terms with the relevant authorities. Number two, that if you're looking to find another employer, find that employer, let them put through an application. We will only start recognizing the beneficiary once the employer has applied and has met the basic compliance. I think that's the best answer I can give to you.
Meaning it's possible, even if I'm still serving to this other employer, another employer can apply on my behalf.
Remember that when you're serving that other employer, there's no grant that has been issued to you or any employer. Even now that you're saying that, that we have no recording of it, we only start recognizing you at the time the employer has been awarded for a grant. If, for example, you have served 12 months at that employer and you decide to move to another employer and they apply for the remaining 12 months, we will only start recognizing you for the remaining 12 months because we would have received an application from that employer as at that time. So whatever you do outside of this process of applying has nothing to do with the SETA. And once the employer applies and we then award them a grant, we will start looking at the beneficiaries as at that point.
Oh, okay, I understand.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Bongiwe.
Sorry.
Colleagues, if you've asked your question, please lower your hand. The next person we have, I would like to think it's an email address, info, please come through. I hope that is not your name, sir or ma'am. Info, please come through. Okay, all right. Info is not there. We're gonna skip info. We're gonna go to the next person. I think they had already lowered their hand. I'd like to think their question was already answered. I think their name is Tabani. Tabani, was your question answered? Okay, I think Tabani maybe might no longer be in the meeting. So I'm gonna cross out Tabani. Please hold on for me a second, colleagues. The next person, colleagues, is Avela. Please come through.
Hi guys. I'm Avela from Do Attorneys Inc. We've been in business for more than 10 years. We do pay the levies and we do have the SDL number, but we are not registered with SASITA. So I want to find out, where do we register exactly? Like, which link do we use to register?
Thank you for your question, ma'am. So you're saying you are a law firm. Did you say you are
Yes.
contributing levies?
Yes.
To which SETA?
But we are not registered with SASITA.
How can you be contributing levies to SASITA and not be registered with SETA 19? I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
That's the information that I got. Oh, okay. So it's not possible to be paying levies while you are not registered with SASITA.
Yeah, remember that in order for you to contribute levies to any SETA, SARS needs to allocate you to the SETA that matches the majority of your services. For example, if the majority of your services are legal services, then SARS will register you with SETA 19. So my question is, if they are paying levies to SASITA, and why would they not be submitting a WSP, a workplace skills plan? Because that is a legislated thing. It's not something they can choose not to do.
Oh, so I'm taking it as if like we are not paying the levies then. So where do we register for SASITA?
Okay, I think first, because you're coming in the capacity of a candidate attendee, you're coming as an individual. Your company that wants to host you should have attended the session, because I would like to think they would know where, one, they are paying their levies, and two, if they want to submit a WSP, they must contact the mandatory grants department within SASITA that will assist them with purposes of submission of their WSP. The registering and the allocation of the SETA is done at SARS. So I'm hoping that they need to contact SARS and to find out if they are already registered or allocated to a SETA. If they can give you that confirmation, you'll know one, where they're paying their levies. If it's SASITA, then you can roll with the process and let them come through and speak to our mandatory grants department, and they will assist them in submitting their workplace skills plan by the 30th of April. So for me, I think the best thing for you is to leave your contact details in the chat along with your request, so that my team can get someone from the mandatory grants department to contact you after the meeting. Will that assist you?
Oh, all right, thank you.
All right, my
Thank
pleasure,
you.
ma'am. My pleasure. Next person is Ongezwa. Ongezwa, please come through. Ongezwa, please come through. Ongezwa, please come through. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to skip Ongezwa, looking at the time because she's not coming through. The next person we have on the list is the next person, colleagues, is Gwenaite. Please come through. I hope I pronounce your name correctly, ma'am. Okay, the colleagues seem not to be coming through. I see Ongezwa's mic is open, but I can't hear her. And the next person that I called, they are not coming through. So I'm going to skip, colleagues. The next person, okay, is that Ongezwa? Is that you?
No, it's Renaya. You had skipped me before because my network wasn't working.
Okay, please come through.
So the firm recently registered for SASITA and has been in the process of applying for the candidate attorney, but then they don't have an SDL number. So I wanted to know what they can do to go forward if they don't have it.
Okay, so they are already registered with SETA 19, but you have not been allocated an SDL.
Yes, we recently registered, but then when we were going forward with the application, it prompted, when we wanted to link the organization, it prompted for the SDL number to be put into the box, but we don't have the SDL number.
Okay, that's perfect. Please also leave your details in the chat box along with your request. We will direct you to the mandatory grants department. They will assist you with that.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Colleagues, looking at the time, I'm going to move forward. If I'm not finding the people, I'm going to skip. Matsidiso, please come through.
So I also had like a question. I just had network problems.
Okay, Matsidiso, let's pause. Please come through, ma'am.
Yes, my question is when the principal for a law firm applies on behalf of a candidate, what are the documents that the candidate must provide to the principal, or is it just only their documents which is necessary?
The short question, ma'am, the short answer, apologies, is visit the advert that I just presented under compulsory requirements. you will see all the documents that are required from the company, not from the attorney, not from yourself as an individual, the company documents that are required. Then you should be sorted.
Also, once feedback is given to the principal, then they can commence the contract with the individual candidate.
We award to the company, then the company will receive a DG contract between the company and SASITA. After that contract is concluded, SASITA will issue the employer with a WBL form, which is a registration document that the learner is going to sign and pre-fill. It's going to be between themselves, the employer, and SASITA.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then the COIDA certificate, if they don't have it, what type of public insurance, what type of document should they submit?
They should submit a public insurance document that covers any personnel that they are hosting on their premises in case of injuries on duty. If they can't cover, you while you're on their premises, then they can't host you.
So medical aid also qualifies as such?
No, it doesn't qualify, ma'am.
Oh, okay. It has to be a sort of policy.
It has to be a policy of some sort or a COIDA at least.
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, ma'am. Matshidiso, please come through.
Good morning. Was it afternoon yet? Hi, everyone. How are you?
All right, and you, ma'am?
Very well, thank you. I apologize that I'm going to be asking questions outside of the perimeters you mentioned at the beginning of this session, but I just hope you can indulge me.
Go ahead.
All right. My first question, I'm going to start with my last question because I think it falls within your parameters. I have existing candidate attorneys. So my question then became, you explained the 12-month and 24-month periods to which we can register candidates. Am I able to register an existing candidate who has already done a year of the articles but hasn't completed PLTs?
Let me project the advert so I can assist you with the answer so that it's clear now.
Yes.
Okay. Candidates. We're gonna look at it now while you ask your question. So you're talking about 12 months, right?
I don't mind either 12 or 24 months. I think because the reason I'm on here today is I have a new candidate that approached us, of which we would then be registering and trying to get through the process. However, I do have existing candidates. My question then becomes, if I were able to register and do the whole process and then bring in my candidates, am I able to bring in an existing candidate who's, let's say for this question, has already served their first 12 months of candidacy, meaning we'll be asking for the 12-month period, number 4, option number 4. However, they have not completed a PLT course.
Yeah, so I think you have answered yourself already. So you enroll them on the 12 months one, but they have not done the PLT. And the requirement says that they should have done the PLT. So that just means they are not eligible, right?
Yes. So existing candidate attorneys cannot then be registered if they don't have PLT, is what you're saying. So we can't even do any of the first 3 options because they wouldn't then need 24 months of provision.
What it means is that you cannot enroll them on number 4, right?
Okay.
You can't enroll them on number 3 if they are not going to be placed in a conveyancing department.
Correct.
You cannot enroll them on number 2 if you're not going to place them in a department that deals with intellectual property. You can rather choose the first option, right?
Okay.
Choose the first option for 24 months. Apply for that one. Then upon contracting, then you say you only require 12 months placement of the 24 months. So it's up to 24 months. Does that help?
Yes. Thank you so much. That answers that question.
So what you just need to understand is that if they're already placed with you, by the time you apply and by the time you're approved with us and you want to place them or you want SASITA to take over the funding for the remaining 12 months, it means we'll only take responsibility from after the contract is signed and nothing before that.
Clear. Absolutely
Perfect.
clear. Thank you so
Thank
much. I'm
you.
now going to go into my questions. Unfortunately, I hope you have the indulgence. Like I said, we are only trying to formally register now. And this is a short one. In registering, do we fall under the training and development practitioner or under skills development providers?
How are you a law firm and you're a skills development provider?
I'm just confirming.
No, I want to understand first so I can answer your question. Are
There
you
are four
not an
options.
employer?
Mhm.
Are you not an employer?
I am.
Yeah, so when you mix the two words, they mean two different things when you ask your question. So you're an employer who has not yet registered with CETA 19, if I'm getting your
Correct.
question correctly.
Correct.
And your payroll threshold is
Would be
below
below.
500,000 per annum, meaning that you're
Correct.
exempt from contributing levies. Yeah. So what you
Correct.
need to do is to visit our mandatory grants department, because we have the WSP submission window that is currently open, and our mandatory grants department will assist you with the submission of the WSP. Because remember, you do not qualify to pay levies, right?
Correct.
So automatically you just need to submit the legislated WSP. So I think leave your contact information in our chat box, then my team will assist you with regards to getting in contact with the mandatory grants department, and they'll assist you from there, and you should be sorted.
All right, perfect. I'll leave my contacts on the chat. Thank you so much. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Matsidiso. Appreciate it. My colleagues, these are the last two people. When I started taking the questions, I said I'm going to stop at Tamim Nisi. So everybody else after Tamim Nisi, please write your questions in the chat box. After Matsidiso, I think the other person has logged out because I no longer see them, or they've lowered their hand. Tamim Nisi, please come through with the last question so that we can jump into the system demonstration, colleagues.
Mr. Maloka, good day, sir. How are you?
Right, and you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. Just for clarity's sake, can I ask, we are a newly registered cooperative, a security cooperative. We are currently busy with our compliance of our directors, currently do not employ anyone. However, in our plans, we want to start training our security guards very soon. Just asking, are we able to apply for this program to train the guards that we want to employ very soon? And over and above, we've already identified a service provider that will be assisting us in the training of those security guards.
Thank you, Tammy. That's an interesting question. So are you saying currently the cooperatives has no employees, including yourself?
The current employees that we have, I will say they are more office bound instead of guards, security guards as such. We just have the directors that will be operating the cooperative.
Okay. One, I'm just going to assist you so that we're on the same page. One, if you don't have guards, in our language, it means that you don't have sites, right?
Correct. We do have an office we've identified that we are operating from. We're just busy with our compliance with CIRA.
Yeah. So when I'm saying one, if you have no guards, it means you don't have sites. I mean that you do not have contracts sites that you apply because you have no guards, right?
Yes.
Correct. So the problem with that will be once you take it upon yourself to apply for training, it means that you will not have a site to place the learners on for the practical component, right? So it's a difficult one. So
maybe correction on that one, Mr. Maloka.
Okay, come through with the corrected one.
We do have a site where we are currently we are using as our office, if I can put it like that. Also in that office, the guards that will be training, the first thing that we want to do is, as we are a cooperative, the place I'm talking about now, the office is a member of the cooperative, and we want to offer our services, security services to all our members, starting with the office that we are operating from currently.
Oh, so you're going to use that as a site for guarding?
Yes.
Okay, I follow. Okay, so I think the best advice I can give to you, one, is not to apply for any employed grant because you have no employees. Two, the most possible programs that you can apply for are unemployed programs only. So apply for unemployed programs only, and you should be fine. By you being a security cooperative, and by you saying that you're waiting for verification from CIRA, which might imply that you currently don't have a CIRA certificate, right?
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, so by virtue of you being or trying to be affiliated with CIRA as a security cooperative employer, it means that you're also going to be bound to submit a WSP, right? Purely because you are affiliated with authorities that identify you as a security employer, right? Then you need to be submitting your WSP to SASITA, so you need to also start that process. So if it happens that by the time the advert closes, you have not yet received your CIRA certificate, the company CIRA certificate, it will essentially mean you won't be allowed to apply for any security related programs, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so you need to be careful. So make sure you get your CIRA on time. While you're getting your CIRA, run the processes concurrently. Also visit SASITA, call, email, or come physically and visit the guys from the mandatory grants department so that they can assist you with submission of your WSP. So don't do one after the other, otherwise you might miss the window. Try and run the exercise concurrently. Make sure you get your CIRA sorted out, because what people don't understand is that even if you're applying along with an accredited service provider, the employer that is applying on behalf of those people must also be recognized by CIRA. So the employer must have their own CIRA and the service provider must have their own CIRA. If the service provider does not have a CIRA, they are not allowed to train security-related qualifications. If the employer doesn't have a CIRA, it means they are not recognized as a security employer by the relevant authority. So let us make sure you cover those things and do the WSP process concurrently. Does that assist with clarity, sir?
Yes, I'm guided very well. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Tammy. Colleagues, for the remaining people, please put your questions in the chat box and the team will answer them as we go. Colleagues, it's 19 past 12. Colleagues, can we allow until 12:30 just for a body break while my colleague, Mr. Motlala, prepares for the system demonstration? Thank you. 12:30, and we're back for a quick demonstration, colleagues.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. We are back. Colleagues, without any further delays, I'm going to let our fellow colleague, Mr. Nkune Mothala, to come in and take us through the system demonstration. Colleagues, let us reserve the questions in relation to the system demonstration to after he's done. If he also prefers to take one or two while he's doing it, he will notify you of that. Mr. Nkune Mothala, please come through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maloka. Good afternoon,
Thank you, sir.
everyone. Am I clearly audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to share my screen shortly, and then we can commence. All right. Can we all see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen. Stakeholders,
Okay.
do you see the screen?
All right. Before I begin, I'm not sure if the hands that we have up, Mr. Maloka, are related to questions you already covered, or is there something we need to address quickly? I see a few hands are up.
I would like to think they're related to the session we just covered. I had said that anyone after Tamim Nisi must type in their questions in the chat box. And because I'm not the one presenting, I'll also assist to answer them in the background. I see they are lowering their hands, sir, so we can continue.
Okay, I'm going to assume then that any hand that is up is a hand that requires attention. Should we maybe just get that out the way quickly before I begin? I think there's two hands that are up. Let's just confirm that this is related to what you're saying, Mr. Maloka, and then I can continue. I think it's Susan Mayer and Lindy Wema saying, yeah, from what I can tell.
Okay, Lindiwe, please come through. Is your question relevant to the demo or is it relevant to the past session? Lindiwe? Okay, I'd like to think maybe she forgot the hand up. Ms. Mayer, please come through.
Okay, those are probably tired hands then.
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
Okay, fantastic. All right, before I begin, Mr. Maluka, with obviously your direction, I think I'll break it up into three sections now. We'll first get in how to create a user profile, and then maybe we take in questions around that. And then we'll do our training related applications, take questions around that, and then our legal sector employers. Will that work? As opposed to reserving questions up until the end. So I think I'll break it into those three categories. All right, so let's start off with the user profile. I would like to imagine that we all have a link to the stakeholder portal, either via the advert or via the SASITA website or somehow. Are we all familiar with the link? Has it been provided to everybody that will need to access this application?
The link has been provided to Nkuneng on the discretionary grant banner on the SASITA website.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just going to dump it in the chat anyway, in case somebody has a question, right? All right. So this is what the stakeholder portal actually looks like. And the first thing that we would need to do before you can actually start doing anything on the platform is basically getting an account on the system, all right? So keep in mind that the portal is not just only for discretionary grants stakeholders. We do have other types of stakeholders that actually use the portals for other functions. Now, as this portal grows and the functions grows, more stakeholders will be accommodated. So right now we're talking about this, our skills development facilitators who use the platform. We've got our skills development providers who also use the platform, and including our discretionary grants applicants. All right. So this will basically bring me to what it means to create an account. So the first thing that we would then do is, if you come to the system here, there's a link, the register link. And what this actually requires is that you create a personal profile. So at this point, you won't be linked to an organization. You don't represent anyone. It is basically an account that allows you to start performing certain actions on the system. Okay. So the first thing that you would then do is you would come and capture and give us your details. In this case, I'm just going to use, just for this demonstration, my personal details, I guess. And you'll also notice that we've got a registration type control here. Whenever you see a green button with an icon like this, it means you can click on it and you're able to search. All that does, it tells you which stakeholders are catered for in the current environment. As I was saying, we've got discretionary grant stakeholders, we've got skills development facilitators, skills development providers, and training and development practitioners, which are like your assessors and your moderators. So if you're coming in as a first-time user and your main function is to do DG, you will come in and basically apply as a discretionary grant stakeholder. So what this actually does, it determines what functions you can see on the portal. Okay, so keep in mind, we do accommodate for more than one type of stakeholder. So you would select DG stakeholder or discretionary grant stakeholder in this instance, and then you'll be required to basically identify how you should be identified, whether using your SAID number, your passport number, or one that is hardly used as a refugee ID. So for this demonstration, I'm just going to go passport number, and I'm going to enter basically just a random number as my passport number. And you'll see at the bottom, we've got what is called almost, it's like a captcha code, right? This just basically eliminates automated systems that use bots to create fake accounts so that we know that we are dealing with a human being. So all you need to do is basically retype the letters as you see them. Let me just type those in quickly, 4, 5. Okay, and then you would submit. And just a quick note, we do maybe have some users who might have maybe some hearing impairments or anything like that. What we would then do is that you can click on generate audio code, and this would give you an audio of what this code actually is if you are struggling to decipher the text. All right, so I see we've got a hand up before I continue. I think it's Mr. Mashokwe.
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
I'm all right, sir. How do you do?
Well. Yeah, so I speak for disability as a whole because you raised a very important point with deaf people and being able to access for liberating people of disability. Because if for disability, I'm visually impaired, so wide back the drop is something I can't look at. So I can't see what you are doing there. So if you have an option for dark mode theme for it to be accessible and an option for assistive noise reduction, there's a whole setup for ICT. That's what we developed for webmasters. So I've got IT guys which are living with disabilities that can do this. So we are able to offer this as a package as well to teach encoding webmasters in your own language for disability. So just keep that in mind on display there. Yeah.
Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. So you'll notice it's one of those things that were not really considered while we're developing the system. But as the system gets used, we do get note of such inputs. So I think one of the points that we would need to take in our next sort of discussions is how we help with people who have got such issues. Sir. So I think right now, it is not at a large scale. It will probably be just going to be the capture code. But I don't think it is as user-friendly for people with disabilities as it should be at this moment in time. And that is something that is being considered.
Bless you, kind sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan, I see you got a hand up. Mr. Maloka, let me know if I can go ahead. I'm not sure if you want to address Susan's question or not. I'm not sure if she's muted or if she's speaking to us. I can't hear
her. Susan, please come through. Not sure because she has a hand up, but she's still muted. I would like to think it's a glitch on her side.
Okay.
By the time she's fine, we'll come back to her.
All right, no problem, sir. I've got it. Okay, and then what you would then do is submit your application. So now if I can just go back one. So what would normally happen is that we've also noticed that some people struggle to create an
Hello?
account.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, it's Suzanne. Yeah, I just want to ask a few questions
Regarding what, ma'am?
regarding the application for the discretionary grants.
So right now we're doing the system demonstration, ma'am. If your question is not related to the demonstration, would you mind just holding up until the end?
Okay, is there an email address where I can, all I wanted to know is there an email address or contact number who is involved with this? And because I need to check if our company is registered on SASITA.
Yes, there is. Mr. Manuka will provide the details. Mr. Manuka, if I think it's you can just provide the account that the team can send emails to for such queries.
Yeah, I think the portion that she wants to ask is in relation to if you're speaking to registration. I'm assuming
Yes, that
she's
is
talking on
correct.
behalf of the WSP. The unit that deals with the submission of WSP is the Mandatory Grants Department. If you go into our website, there should be a contact list
What is
of
the
all the
website, sir?
individuals.
What
It's
is the website, Victor?
www.sasita.org.za. That
Yeah.
is where you're going to find the discretionary grant advert, along with all the contact details. I think my colleagues is showing it on there. So if you see the website
Okay,
on
I
there,
see
I
it.
think
Yeah.
I'll dump it in the chat name, Mr.
in
Manuka.
the chat box. Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
And you can further there call the number right up at the top there. That's the 011087 5555. It will take you through to the switchboard, and you can then go to, they will transfer you to the mandatory grants department. If you see the
Okay.
banner that's on there, that's the mandatory
So what's
grants banner.
Okay, so what's the 011-087-5555 number?
Yes, call that number and ask to be transferred to the mandatory grants department, and they will assist you with your WSP related questions.
Okay, mandatory grants department. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, then once you're done with them,
Yeah.
if you have any questions in relations to the discretionary grants that we are talking to now, you can
Yeah.
send an email to the DG mailbox. It's dg@sasita.org.za.
Okay, thank you so much.
Pleasure, Susan.
Thank you, bye.
Thanks, bye. Kuning, I think we have one more hand from Makama. Makama, please come through.
Yeah. Okay, this is Berling. Thank you. Someone did ask, where does an employer fall under on the charts? And I'm also wondering, where does my employer fall under? Also, again, when I was registering, I had a bit of a problem because of my company is asking me where the SDL thing, what is it? Because we are doing the demonstration with you guys.
Okay, fantastic. I think when we get to that part, I will take that question, Berlin.
Okay, cool.
So right now, I just want to make sure that we do know how to create an account. The next thing I will look at is how you link yourself to a WSP paying organization that SASITA knows about, or how you request for a new organization to get captured on the system. So we'll cover that next. So we'll just keep that, and I'll try and cover that in as much detail as I can.
Okay, cool.
All right. Okay. So back to the system.
Yes, I am okay. Thank you.
All right, covered. Okay, can you all see my screen? Okay, so this is basically the email content that you will receive from the SITA. You will get this long code as well as a link that is basically encoded with that code. What this actually helps to do is confirm that you basically have access to the mailbox that you are using to register. So it is very crucial that when you register, you use an email account that you've got access to. Otherwise, for obvious reasons, you won't be able to get access to the email. All right. Once you receive the email, you will receive a link that you can click on. Okay, so all that this link does, if I click on this, let me just open this up quickly, is that it opens up this page and that code is pre-populated in here. All you would need to do is just click on the register button. Okay, you can leave this unchecked. You just click on register. And then what this will do is that it now allows you to come and capture a password that you can use to log into the system. Okay, you'll see you're not able to change the email nor the username. So this becomes your official username, the same as the email address. You come in and capture a password, which will need to be a minimum of 8 characters long. Once you do that and you've got a password you can work with, then you are able to access the system. Okay, I will just demonstrate that shortly. Okay, once you do that, the system will basically log you in when you change your password. And the first thing that will be required is for you to give us some personal detail, some information, right? Like your contact number. We would need to know the title. And just as a heads up, whenever you see a red asterisk like this, it means that the field is required. Okay, so if you try and save or submit information without capturing required information, you're going to get a pop-up like this that basically tells you that certain information is missing. And you can literally click on that error or that line to go straight to that control so you can capture the missing information. Right, I'm just going to capture fictitious information for this, for the purpose of this discussion. Okay. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just going to capture some information here. All right. I'll just use the always postal code on my side. And if you do use a valid postal code, the system will try and pre-populate the province as well as the municipality and whether it's an urban or rural area based on the information that we have. Okay. I'm just going to capture this information and then just save my profile. So all that this does is that it says you've got a profile, we've got your personal information, we've got your contact number, and we've got your address. From then on, then you are good to go in accessing the functions that are required for DG. Okay, remember what I said, colleagues, the first step is gets you in. It gets you in on the platform. But being in on the platform doesn't really give you much in terms of access. Because with discretionary grants, you are basically representing or performing this application on behalf of an organization or multiple organizations. So what the SETA will need to know first is which organization are you actually trying to do this for? So you'll find that there are people who do this sort of applications on behalf of multiple organizations. And then this process actually allows you to link yourself to multiple organizations for you to perform these functions. Okay, so what I mean by that is on the platform, under the discretionary grants menu, the first link that you'll see there is you link yourself to an organization. Okay, this in this context only makes sense to organizations that the SETA knows about. So my colleague was speaking about mandatory grants. Those will basically be the management of the employers or organizations that pay levies to the SETA, as well as any other organizations that submit WSP. So by that alone, the SETA will know a lot about that organization. And those are the only organizations that you can link yourself to. Okay, it's organizations that pay levies to the SETA or submit WSPs to the SETA. The first thing you would need to know before I continue, yes, Esther?
Hi, thank you. My question is, I have the link, I assign everything, but my link takes me to learner management. And on your discretionary grant tab, on my side, it's learner management. So I don't have the discretionary grant. The reason is we were using different people. I was responsible for the learner management, and we were having another person who's doing the responsible for the application of DGs. So now the person is no longer working for the company. We need to replace him from her to me. So now I have a challenge on logging in, and I actually don't have the discretionary grant tab on my
No problem, Esther. So what that means is that you were on the system as a data capturer or a learner capturer, right?
Yes, yes.
And you were capturing learners on behalf of a skills development provider. And now
Yes.
what you are asking for is additional functions on your profile, if I can just turn
Yes.
your request correctly. Okay, no, that's easy to
Yes.
do. I would suggest that you send a request to the mailbox that Mr. Maluka is going to share, and we will basically attend that after this meeting. Okay, so what that means is that...
I did send the request
Okay,
before today. Yes.
before
And
today.
I
All
also,
right.
yes, and then I know there was the declaration of authenticity that is required. I also attached that.
No,
on the
no
email.
problem. Yeah, I think that won't even be required at that point, to be honest.
Okay.
So what would actually be required, which is something we're thinking about, is for you to do this yourself on the portal. So at this moment, you just have to send that request to DG, and then we will basically act on that. So I think by the close of business today, all of those requests should be sorted out. Okay.
So I
think
should
we've got
send the mail to the DG.
No, you've already sent it. I'm saying the ones that have been sent should all be resolved by the end of today. I think there were a couple that were being looked at, so they're just being grouped together and they will be addressed.
Because my email was not sent to DG, sorry, but I sent the mail to DSEZO.
Okay, so it means the DG team
Should I
knows
send
about it.
another email or is it gonna be solved?
I think if Mr. Maluka knows about it, it will be solved. So I wouldn't stress too much about that unless he's got something else to say around that. Mr. Maluka, you let me know.
Thank you, Pramgune. Yes, I am aware of the current query with Bidvest, and we will be attending to it after this session along with you.
No problem. Okay, so what that means for you, Esther, is that once that is resolved, when you log in, you're going to see more than one function on your portal. So you'll still have access to learner management, but now you'll also have the discretionary grants menu on your profile as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then you'll be able to do. So whatever you did when you sent that document, you'll need to do via the process I'm going to show you now.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So before I take your question, Marilyn, the whole point of this, just colleagues, is that we can only have one main representative for discretionary grants per organization, right? So what this means is that, Esther, we can't have two people from the organization applying for grants on behalf of, is it Bidvest, if I heard that correctly?
Yes,
on behalf of Bidvest, for example. So the whole point is that the first thing you do is you link yourself to an organization, right? And once it's done, it's done. I mean, even in the next funding window, you don't have to do it unless you want to replace that person. And in your case, you're looking to replace the main DG stakeholder, correct?
No, I will be applying for the organization once
100%.
the tab it's installed on my login. Yes.
It means you used to have somebody do this function before you, right?
Yes.
So
and that
what I'm
someone
trying
is
to
no longer with the company. That is why the
100%.
letter of authenticity was sent. Just to
Yes.
notify Sasita that we are on the stage now.
No problem. I'm going to show you exactly how that works. So what I'm speaking to now is new people who are representing new organizations that pay to Sasita. Or you've got an organization that has not applied for grants, but now they need a DG stakeholder. Or like in your case, Esther, you've got an organization that needs to replace the DG stakeholder. All right. So for you to do this, if you've got a profile already, I'm going to basically, I've addressed that. I'll show you how that's going to work. But what I'm going to talk through now is someone who hasn't been linked to an organization before, which is also the same case with your case, Esther. So for me to start with that is that you would come into this link here to link yourself to an organization. All right. So this is the basic functionality. It replaces the email process that Esther was speaking about earlier. What you would do is you would come in here and you would basically do a new request. The only requirement is that you actually have in hand the SDL number of the employer that you're trying to apply on behalf of. Okay, so the system doesn't allow you to search for multiple organizations by name. You would need to have the exact SDL number that Sasita knows about. Okay, and that is the only catch there. So all you need to do is type in your SDL number. I've got a fictitious company that we've got in here, and I will click the search button. Once the system verifies that this organization actually exists, you'll see your next button is actually enabled. It means you may go ahead with your request. You would click next. Okay, so what this system will do is that at that point, it will show you who the current stakeholder is for that organization. If this is showing blank, it means there currently is no stakeholder. And in this case, it says Mr. Maluka is the DG stakeholder for this organization, right? The second requirement is that you would have to come and identify the type of stakeholder that this organization is, right? So these have been defined as these, what I'm showing you at the bottom. And you would just need to ensure that you select what is aligned with your organization, because you would be required, there will be some documents required, and those documents basically are determined by the type of organization that you actually select. Okay, so in this instance, I'm just going to go with a legal sector employer just for this demonstration. Okay, so 3 documents are required for me in this regard, right? So this will be the same actually for any organization type. Where it does matter and where it will differ is when you start applying for grants. All right, I'll get into that detail a bit later. So only 3 things are required. It's a proof of registration of that company, whether it's a SIPC or any form of proof of registration for NGOs as well is also acceptable. So I'm just going to go with a test document. If you can just give me a second, I should have some test documents in here, or I will generate a new one. Okay, just give me a second, colleagues. I'm just quickly going to generate a dummy PDF that I can upload. Okay. All right. Let me just quickly close this. Just give me a second, colleagues. I think I lost the screen that I was on. I'll just get into it again. Apologies. Okay, fantastic. I'm just logging in with another test account because the one I was using doesn't have access to much. Okay. So let's just try that again quickly. So if I were to go and do this, I would enter the SDL number. Fantastic. Okay. And then I'm just going to go with a legal sector employer in this regard. Okay. And then what I would then do is that there are 2 ways you can do an upload. You'll see there's a link on the left. There's also a chevron in green here at the bottom. So if I click on that and I click on view details, I get this pop-up screen which allows me to add documents. All right. So the uploading of documents is pretty similar across the system. You would click on this add files button. You would click on browse, and then you'd find your test document and upload it. Okay. In this case, I've just got test documents. I don't have real documents that I can upload for this fictitious organization. And then I would basically check this to declare that the documents I've submitted are valid, and I will click on submit document. All right, the system will show me that I've attached a document, and I will do the same for the delegation of authority. I think Hester had mentioned it as a delegation of authenticity. I think you called it, Esther, if I can use your term. So that delegation of authority will speak to proof that the organization has granted me permission, and they do recognize me as the sole discretionary grant stakeholder for the organization. Okay, so this is a very important document that will be reviewed by the team to determine if you do have the approval from the organization. And lastly, you'll be required to upload a proof of identity. So in this case, it's just a copy of my ID, I suppose, that I can upload. Okay. So as soon as that's done, I'll be able to check this and I can submit my document. All right. So with this being done, it means I can submit my request. So what the system will do, it will show you requests that are sitting on the system that have been submitted. So you'll see my request will sit there as submitted under submitted requests. Okay. While I'm still capturing and I haven't clicked the submit button, it will show up in here, which means I can go and edit and upload the documents as required. All right. So keep in mind, as Mr. Maluka mentioned earlier, I think there is generally a 2-day turnaround time where the request will either be approved or declined based on the documentation that you've provided. All right. As soon as that's done, it means that the system will basically recognize you as the stakeholder for that organization. And like I said, you can add or request more than one organization. So we might have people who represent more than one org for this function. All right. As soon as that's approved, under your approved organization, you'll be able to see the company that's already linked. So the one I'm using now has already been approved. I was just showing you just to simulate what would actually happen. All right. So this is the first thing that you would need to do if you want to apply for grants on behalf of an organization that pays levies to the system. Okay. So you might find that based on this funding window, this could be either a new organization or it could be an NGO. It could be a company that doesn't necessarily operate within the focus of the SETA. And what might happen there is that you might need to come and request for a new organization to be recognized by the SETA. So how that actually works is that you would click on this drop down here and go to new organization requests. So just keep in mind that there's a difference between linking yourself to an org as well as providing a new organization. Okay, so any request that you have for a new organization will be assessed by the internal team, and that request will either be declined or approved. Without that, you won't be able to apply for grants on behalf of an organization. Okay, so if you were to capture a new organization, this is how you would do it. You would come in here and click on that new organization button. And then what that would have is the first thing that is required is which funding window are we doing this in respect of? In this case, there should only be one funding window open, and it's the first funding window for 25-26. So you'd select that. And then you'd give us some details on the organization, the trading name, the legal name. I'm just going to go with testing for this scenario. So these are all just details that you could give for the organization, right? Just let me know if you've got questions as I go through this. I'm just going to go very quickly, as these are basically known details about companies. I'm just going to go and capture the address information. Okay, and I'll just identify a random municipality for my demonstration. Fantastic. Okay, so based on the selection that I've selected when I'm creating this company, certain documents will be required of me. All right, so you'll find that these are similar to some of the documents that have been identified in the funding window. So what would happen here is that if I submit this application, at this point, it's not a DG application. It's a request for SASITA to basically recognize a new organization and add it to their database so that you can apply for grants. All right. Just keep in mind that you will need to upload all documents that are required. So I'm just going to quickly go through an upload exercise for all of these with my dummy PDF before I can continue. Just upload that quickly. Okay, do excuse the speed of my internet. I don't think it's the fastest at the moment, but I'll try and get through this very quickly. Okay, similar to the other screen, you declare that you've uploaded the correct documents and you submit. And I will just run through those one by one up until the end. Okay, so you just need to ensure that everything is marked as a yes for the file being uploaded. I will show you what I mean now.
I think it's just
Okay, I've got 3 documents to go.
Colleagues, can you stay muted? And couldn't just be mindful that you might be muted.
Okay, so that would be all the documents required being attached. So you'll notice that obviously, depending on the type of organization, you wouldn't be required for things like your FFC, which is more for legal sectors, and any other type that speaks to only the legal practices, like your legal practice council registration. So these documents are only basically required for organizations that work within that industry, right? And so it's based on the organization type that you select. And then what I would then do is just submit this. All right. So this is similar to us linking to an org. Is that a question? Okay. So that's similar to linking yourself to an org is how you can basically request a SASITA to register your company on their database. Okay. So before I continue, I see we've got 1 or 2 heads up. I think it's is it Isaiah that I can see on the chat. Please feel free to jump in.
Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
can we ask? I'm sorry, man.
Go for it.
Okay, we raised a question here asking if there is another alternative as a public liability in place of COIDA or in the absence of COIDA that you recognize.
Mr. Manuka, you want to address that?
Thank you, Nkunang. Colleagues, can we make sure that the questions that are being asked are in relation to the demo session? I think the question that is being asked is from the first session. With regards to the covering of hosting of learners, it's either a COIDA or some form of insurance that covers learners while they are on your premises. We cannot choose what kind of insurance you should take, but you need just to make sure that whichever insurance you take, it covers learners when they are on your premises throughout the phases of training. That's all it has to do, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take the 2 questions. I think it's Isaiah. Or was that your question? I think it's Gunaita that's next. If you can just take your hand down, Isaiah, please. Thank you.
I would like to ask, requiring adding a new organization, meaning if the law firm has never been funded through the sector before, it has to go through the stage first before it can be considered for funding.
Correct, ma'am. There's two ways to think about it. Is the organization paying levies to start off with?
It only started in 2023.
So you do pay levies, or the organization started in 23?
Yes, it was
I missed
established.
that point.
I'm assuming this might be its first intake of candidates.
Oh, okay. So I think from that scenario, Mr. Maloka, you can just assist if I'm wrong, is that we would need to ascertain if they are linked or associated with CETA 19. I think that's part of your criteria anyway when you evaluate as the CETA. So we just need to confirm that if you do submit WSPs or you do pay levies to another CETA, I think that might be a problem. But I'll leave that to Mr. Maloka to clarify.
Thank you, Nkuneng. I think that question, if I'm not mistaken, was asked by the stakeholder, and we had said that they must drop their information in the chat box so that we can refer them to the mandatory grants department to assist them with issues of registration in CETA 19 and their submission of the WSP, so that they are able to proceed with the process of applying as a new applicant. Please, ma'am, drop your details in the DG mailbox, and your information will be forwarded to the relevant department for assistance. Thank you, Nkuneng.
Thank you, sir. Maybe let's take Charlotte and Prudence quickly before I continue.
Hi. Yes, I'd just like to find out with regards to the SDL, if the company previously registered SDL and then, despite the fact that the payroll was not reaching the 500K threshold, registered solely for the purposes of this, to get the CETA code and all of that. So what happens in a situation where SARS ends up deactivating it, because obviously you have to keep on submitting zero returns because your payroll is not 500,000. So what happens in a situation where SARS ends up deactivating the SDL and they now want motivation as to why you want to keep it because you keep on submitting zero returns for it? So what does CETA say with regards to that?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. I think it's my first time hearing of SARS deactivating your SDL. Remember, the SDL is issued to you for purposes of allocation to a specific CETA in the event you do qualify to be contributing levies. In my years of working with that, I've never come across a situation where an SDL is deactivated. But yeah, I think yours, it might be a different case. Maybe let us have you drop the information in the chat box, and we'll attend to it outside of this meeting to just get proper clarity so that we can give you the necessary assistance around that. Will that assist you, ma'am?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good day, sir. My question is, we are a training provider that is not accredited with CETA, but we are accredited for with the advertised qualifications. So when we try to link our organization on the system, our SDL number is being rejected, so is our SIC code. It's not recognized by the system. So may you please assist us on how to work forward so that we'll be able to put the application in as well.
If I may, I think I caught that correctly. This funding window is targeted at private sector employers. So in other words, it's not targeted at skills development providers who are looking to train some of these programs. What can happen though is that you can team up with an employer that is able to use you as the development provider. So there's two types of funding windows really generally with the CETA. We've got a private sector, which is targeted at the organizations that pay levies or operate within the sector. And then we also have the public sector funding window, which is where organizations like yourselves can come and apply to train some of these learners for some of these programs that are advertised. So this one, as far as I know, is not targeted for what you're trying to achieve, but Mr. Maloka can just maybe assist in clarifying that further.
I would appreciate that, sir.
Thank you, Nkuneng. you're correct in saying so. So I think when the question started, immediately when you start saying I'm a service provider, immediately talks to eligibility of the funding window. Remember when we started this presentation, I was very clear in terms of who is invited to apply. So maybe the question would be, are you a service provider or are you an employer? That's the most important part that you need to establish first, so that we are able to give you an answer that is in relation to what you're asking. Prudence, are you an employer or you're just an accredited service provider?
We are a training provider, sir.
All right, ma'am. So this funding window, ma'am, as Nkudeng has stated beforehand, you cannot apply in your own capacity because you do not meet the description of the people who are invited to do so. However, if you can find an employer that does meet the description as per the advert, one being submitting a WSP to the SETA, registered with SETA 19, either contributing levies or either being exempt, then you can partner with that employer on an application to SASETA. But in your own capacity, you're not eligible to apply for this funding window, ma'am. Does that assist with your question?
So if I may add, I just want to clarify. So if we do decide to partner with an employer, to us ourselves as a service provider, do we need the accreditation, the SASETA accreditation, or just because of the partnership will we be eligible?
The person who's going to be conducting the training has to be accredited, then they need to provide an accreditation. If you partner with an employer, it means the responsibility of the employer is to bring forward the learners that are going to be trained and to provide workplace exposure, right? Then your job as a service provider would be to provide the accreditation, and you can add the accreditation for purposes of training. If you have no accreditation and you're applying for a training related program, then that application will not be considered. So short answer, yes, you must be accredited as a service provider when you partner with that employer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Great. Just to add to that, just to make sure we bring the point across now, Mr. Maloka, it's as long as they are accredited for that specific program, right? So they don't have to be accredited with SASETA. That's the whole point. In terms of that partnership, just to assist Prudence there. Are you covered, ma'am?
Covered.
Yes,
thank you, sir.
All right, so what I've just demonstrated is how you can get into the system, how you can link yourself to an organization that is known by the SETA, or how you can request for a new organization to get captured. All right, so once that all is done, what you can then do is you can start applying for grants based on what has been advertised. All right, and how you achieve that basically is if you look at this menu, we can go to funding applications for private and public sector. That's the link. We click on that. And this would show you any previous applications that you have captured or anything that you are currently capturing. Before I continue, Prudence, do you mainly mind? I'm assuming that's an old hand. If you can just retire it for us so we can keep track of any questions beyond yours, that would be appreciated. Okay, so while Prudence does that for us. All right, so the first thing you would then do is you will see there's when you land on the screen, there's a button to basically capture a new application. Okay, when you click on that, a pop-up displays and it says, okay, you are the main contact person that has been approved and identified as the single DG stakeholder for the organization. And then you would come here and identify the funding window. Okay, so there may be instances where there's more than one funding window open at a time, but more often than not, there'll only be one. Okay, and then on here, you select who you are applying on behalf of. So now remember what I've just shown you previously is how you can link yourself to an organization, how you can request a new organization. Once those processes are approved, that organization becomes available for you to select. Okay, so it means some vetting has been done before you can start applying for grants on behalf of an organization. You would click on that and you would click the create application button. Before I continue, I see we've got a hand up from CPC. Please go ahead.
Hi, am I audible?
Clearly.
I wanted to ask where it says applying on behalf of,
it doesn't give me the option. It just only shows select. There's no
Okay.
other options.
Yeah.
All right, no problem. Did you just join us now, or did you join us from the beginning of the demo for this thing? I just want to
I've been
confirm
here
that you
since the
could.
beginning.
Okay, so you'll recall before I started this, I said there's three things that would happen. I'm gonna assume, CPC, that you've created an organization and an account, and you are able to log into the platform, correct?
Yes.
So right now, what you don't have is that you are not recognized as a DG stakeholder for any organization at this point. Okay, and what that means is that you either need to request to be linked to an organization, or you come and capture a new organization that's going to get vetted and approved by SASITA before you can be linked. So those are the two processes that you need to do. So maybe if I may ask, in your scenario, are you representing an organization that is known by SASITA?
No, I don't think it's known by SASITA. What I did is link the organization. I did the link organization part, but the only thing that's outstanding is the SDL number.
So when you say you did the link organization part, just follow my screen. Is this what you mean? You clicked on link organization?
No, the one at the bottom.
Okay, so this would be new organization requests. So the
Yes,
difference
I
between
did
these is
that.
that link is for existing organizations, and this one is a request for a new organization. So what
Yes,
that means
that's the one I
then,
did.
okay, so remember, it needs to be approved first. So it just means that it's sitting in the queue to be approved by SASITA. As soon as they approve it, then you'll be able to see that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it just means they're probably vetting your documents, and then you will get a response. I think they mentioned that by the end of tomorrow latest, all of these would have been processed. So between today and tomorrow, definitely you'll be able to do that, and the team will get back to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. You'll see on your side, you probably have a record. Do you have a record sitting on here? And what's your
Yes.
request number? Perfect. And you'll see it's got a status. You should probably note that it's submitted. Just like this one here.
Yes.
Or does it show created?
I think it shows create. It would have been submitted though, because I've submitted all the documents
Yeah, just check
that
the
are required.
status. Because if it's created, it means it hasn't reached SASITA yet. You haven't got into the last part. If it's submitted, it means it's sitting with the team, and they will basically resolve that between today and tomorrow.
Okay. Noted.
Maybe
Thank you.
you can confirm that while we're in the session, and you can let me know
Okay,
what the
I'll
status
confirm
actually
in the
is.
chat box.
Okay, maybe do
Okay,
that,
I'll
ne? And then
confirm
we
in the
can
chat
assist. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Awelani,
Hi, am I audible?
clearly.
All right. I think my problem is almost the same as the previous speaker, but my only issue is I no longer see created or submitted. It's giving me a green link at the far right, and then if I link on anything, it's asking me I can go as far as apply, but then I cannot apply because it's also asking me for an SDL number.
Yeah, no, Awelani, I'm not sure I'm following. What I will do though, Ane, just to maybe see if there are other people with the same problem, I'm gonna ask you to basically log on and share your screen. Maybe we might be able to answer the same question for a lot of people. Should we do that?
Okay, I had connected through my phone. Let me do through
Yeah, when you're
my.
ready. You don't have to do it right now. I'll continue with the session. When you're ready, you can just put your hand up and then we'll see. Maybe that will help other people as well.
All right, not a problem. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. That's noted. All right. So I'm going to continue. So what you can then do is that you will go and create an application. And remember, you'll only be able to create an application if you are linked or you've been approved to represent a specific stakeholder or a company. Once you do that, a record will be added here with your DG application number for this financial year, right? The one that we're basically working on. So let me just look at this, because this was from our previous demonstration that we had submitted. I'm just going to unsubmit it and basically work on the same application. I'll get back to what I mean by unsubmitted now. Let me just get it back into our status. All right. So we've got this application number for 2026. And I'm just going to click on that. This opens up the application for you. All right. So you'll notice that this application has been broken down into 6 steps to make it sort of like a bit simple to use. All right. So the first step targets the stakeholders who are trying to apply for training programs that have been advertised. All right. So what that means is that if you are going to be applying for a training related program, it means you must also have a skills development provider that can train for that program. So this can either be the organization that's applying as yourselves, or it could be the partnership. So this goes back to, I think, one of our stakeholders who mentioned that they are, I think it was Prudence, they are a training provider, and we said that they can't come and apply in their own capacity. But what can happen is that once you've got the employer who's applying, they are able to come here and actually record you as the training provider, as the preferred training provider for that program. That's how the partnership is going to happen. I'll go through that now. Yes, Awelani? Are you with us, ma'am? I see your hand is up. Okay, while she sorts that out, I'm going to continue. All right, so Prudence, I think you can see my screen now. This is more for you, especially from the question that you've raised. So what would happen in the application is that if I were to come and basically pair up with your organization, I would capture that organization as a training provider for my application. All right. So, I mean, I don't know what the company name is. I'm just going to go with Prudence Training for the sake of this demonstration. Okay, so you'll see on here, then the applicant would capture the main accreditation number of that provider. It can be the main one with any main body that you would normally work with. So I'm just going to capture a random number for this discussion, and I will capture SASITA as my training provider. So now what's important then is that if you're going to be teaming up with the training provider, you would also need to provide SASITA with details of that training provider and some documentation. So you'll be required, there'll be 3 documents that will be required. It will be their company registration number. Okay, I'm just going to upload a test document. And then you'll also be required to upload a serial registration number. And then before I continue here, Mr. Maluka, I think this is one of the queries that you might have had before. Will the serial registration number or document always be required in this instance? And I'm trying to remember why we said that this is required. Maybe you can just enlighten the audience. While I do this quickly. I'm not sure if you caught that, Mr. Maluka.
Yes, Mr. Nguneng, I did catch that. So it's not necessarily compulsory if they are not applying for security-related programs. So it's only for those service providers that are applying for security-related programs along with their employer, then it's a must for them to submit it. You can't train any security-related program without the document.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so once I've done this, what I can then do is click on the finish button to complete the capturing of my training provider. So what that would look like, as soon as I'm done, I'll click on the close button. It will basically show me the record status. It's only if the record status is completed will I be able to use this record now when I apply for programs. I'll explain what that means. Okay, so it's completed once you've done your upload. Then you run that provider, and then we can go next. Okay, so remember this step now is only for people who are applying for training related programs. So if you are a legal firm or are operating in the legal sector, or you're looking for grants related to candidacy or anything like that, then you would not be basically capturing this. You can just go next and skip and leave this blank. Okay, so this is strictly for people who apply for programs, because when you apply for a program, you'll be required to identify the provider that you want to use for that program. And this is where this provider capturing actually comes in. I'll demonstrate shortly. So I'll click next. So the first 2 pages are strictly related to training related programs. All right. So I've got a few, one learnership and one skills program I captured previously. I'm just going to show you how I can add a program. Okay. So like I said, if you were looking for work integrated learning programs, you could just skip this and have no programs in your application. The next page will speak to work integrated learning. Okay. So I'll click on program to add my learnership. So how this funding window has been configured is been configured identical to the funding advert. All right. So it means if you were looking for learnerships that speak to unemployment, I would click on the unemployed legacy learnerships in this instance. These are basically learnership based on, sorry, just give me a second, colleagues. Apologies. This will speak to the programs that have been extended that may still be trained. All right. So what you can then do is that you will click on apply to start capturing an application for a specific program. And the first thing that will be required is who is the skills development provider. All of this ties back to that first screen where you captured, where you wanted to go and capture a development provider. And in this case, I said I'm going to use Prudence Training for my discussion. So if you don't find or see your provider here, it means one of 2 things. You either haven't fully captured it, or you just haven't captured it at all. So you need to do that before you can apply for a program. Okay. And I'll show you how you can go back while you're on the application. And then for this discussion, I'll just go and just capture a fictitious accreditation number. And then on here, I can identify the number of learners that I'm actually looking to get granted for, or the number of grants. And in this case, I'll just go 50. All right. And I will click next. That just tells the system that this is the program that you want to apply for. And the last thing you'll need to do is upload some documentation. So what this means is that you need to provide the accreditation document for that specific program that you're applying for the training provider. Okay, I'm not sure if you've got any questions around this. I think this is one thing that most people do get wrong. You are capturing an application for a program. You've identified the skills development provider. But for that provider, what we are asking for is please provide us the accreditation document. This will basically prove that they are accredited to train for that specific program. Okay. So this will be required for all programs that you apply for. In this case, I will just go and upload a document in here. And then once I've done that, I can click on the finish button. Okay. So when I'm done, the screen actually takes me back to a bunch of categories where I can still go and select multiple, any other programs that I want to apply for. Okay. When you click on the close button, your learnership is basically added to the record here and it shows the number of grants. All right. Are there any questions? Yes, Abongile. The floor is yours, Abongile. Okay, I think while we wait for Abongile, I'll move to Barile.
Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, yes, now we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sorry. I was asking if the law firm is applying for the first time, do I have, or do we have to link it with the organization, or we are simply going to the, what is it? To the new application?
Okay, I'm gonna try and see if I understand the question. So you're not speaking about what I'm showing here. You're speaking about capturing an application
I was
for a law
lost
firm.
there in the beginning.
Okay,
Yes.
I will get back to that shortly, sir. I will
Okay.
show you exactly what you need to do. Thank you. Barile?
Mine is not necessarily a question. However, I would like you to restart the entire process because I saw it. I didn't understand at the end. Like I didn't
No
see how
problem.
you
We'll do
went
it again.
about everything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will take it from step 1 again just to make sure the point goes across. Yes, Lindiwe? Lindiwe Masenye?
Coming.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Afternoon, ma'am.
I just need to confirm if I'm a service provider and I am an employer at the same time, which window should I be using as a stakeholder?
I think in this instance, if you look at the funding window, it's the first funding window targeting the private sector, correct? So in here, you're really the head of an employer.
Pardon, please repeat.
I mean, for this funding window, you are wearing the hat of an employer. So if we look at your organization, which organization do you represent?
Yes, I'll be providing a service and an employer. So in this instance, I must look at the employer one.
Yes, so basically, when you select your organization types, you won't be able to go with training provider in this instance, right? So I'm assuming what you're saying is that your company wears two hats.
Yes.
So the CETA identifies you as an employer, but then you also have a relationship with the ETQA team, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Correct.
And you are accredited with SASITA.
Yeah.
Have you applied for grants before?
No, this will be my first time.
Okay, fantastic. And your company pays levies to SASITA, correct?
Pardon?
Your organization pays levies to SASITA.
The registration was done recently, so I think we will be paying.
Okay. All right. Then in that instance, I think you need to look at it in the capacity of the employer and not from the training perspective. Because remember, if you're paying levies to SASITA, it means you are operating within the sector, right? So I'm going to assume you are a security employer. I might be making a false assumption. Perfect. So I would say then that's the route that you go.
It's a security services, yes.
Yes, so you'll basically go, and I will show you now what I mean by that. I'll just quickly do this. I'll come back to this application. So it means in your instance, ma'am, if you are already, have you submitted a WSP to the organization for this year, for this current window?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So it means you have been provided with an SDL number, right?
Yes, we do have.
So what you would then do is you click on new request. All right, so what this tells me is that your company has been registered with SASITA. You probably have someone within your organization who's acting as a skills development facilitator who would have done the capturing of the WSPs. Would that be yourself or would that be somebody else?
Yes, it will be the somebody else who is doing it. There is.
Have they done it or are they going to be doing it?
At the moment, I'm not sure, but they should be doing it.
I think you need to be sure because that window is open, I think, up until how many days, Mr. Maloka, do you know? I think it's the end of March or end of April. I'm not sure. I'll have to confirm.
Okay, I'm
So
gonna try to confirm with them.
They've been open since the end of Jan, if I'm not mistaken. They might either be closing it either at the end of March or at the end of April. I stand to be corrected. So I think simultaneous to that, I think let's make sure that that gets done because that's going to impact the assessment of your application.
All right,
if that's the
I see.
case. Yeah. But then what you would then do for the DG part, you would come in here, whoever the DG stakeholder is going to be. I'm going to assume in this discussion it's going to be yourself. All right. I'm making an assumption. You would create your profile and then you would click on discretionary grants, go to link organization, right? And then in here, you click on new request and then you type in the full SDL number that's been allocated to your organization.
All right.
Okay. And then you click search. The system will show you the name of the organization it's picked up, but if it doesn't exist, the system will tell you that that org is unknown. And then I think that's where you need to pick up a phone call and speak to the DG's team or the employer management team because something is missing.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what you would need to do. What that will do is it will allow you to do something like this. Can you see my screen?
I can see.
Yes, it tells me that this organization exists and it tells me that the name of the org is Vision Wave. Then I'm able to go next. Without this, I can't go next. And then what I will then do here is I will select the hat. In your instance, I would imagine that it's a security, it's either a security employer, a private security employer, I would imagine.
Yes.
Then you would click on that and then you go next. And then based on that selection, some documents will be required from you, okay, when you do your application. But for this request, you'll be required to provide the CIPSI or the company registration, a delegation of authority, which basically recognizes you, Noktula, as the main DG stakeholder for the company, and that you do have permission to do this, as well as your identification documents. And then you will submit that. Then what
I
SASITA will
see.
then do is they will receive your request, they will look at it based on the documentation provided, they will either accept or accept or decline your request. This must be done before you can start applying for grants.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Once they've
And
done
then,
that, you will have access to your organization and you'll be able to apply for grants.
okay, so it's a step one, this one, yeah.
Yeah, step one gets you in because we basically need to understand, we need to know if you, as in your private capacity, have been authorized to perform these actions on behalf of the organization. And the main reason for this is that we only accommodate one main DG stakeholder per organization. So that's why the process is strict like that. Okay.
I see. All right, thank you so much, Tusetu.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. Bongani, before I continue, you may go ahead. Bilankul. Okay, while we wait for that, I'm going to continue. All right, I think there was a lady prior to this who mentioned that they'd missed a few things. I'm just going to show you what that was now. The first thing was linking yourself to an organization or creating a new organization. I want to assume you are covered from that perspective, because without those first two steps, you won't be able to apply for grants. All right. Once you've got an application or once you are linked to an organization, you are able to come here and click on funding applications. I'm just going to go through the same process again. And then once you can do that, you will click on new application. You identify the funding window, you select the organization that you are representing. And then based on that, you will come and create your application. Okay. So just keep in mind, there can only be one application per organization in a specific funding window, which is why we need to go through the process of making sure that you are the designated person to perform this function. Okay. Once you do that, your application will be created. I'm going to open my application. And then the first step that you will do, just to recap, is that you would need to identify any training providers or partners that you identify as your preferred partners. You might find then that in this case, I think it was Nogutsula that mentioned this, they act as both an employer and a service provider. So in that regard, what you would still need to do is come in and capture a provider, but you can use the same details as the organization. So in this case, I'm just going to go Vision Wave, being I'm representing Vision Wave in this regard, but I'm capturing Vision Wave as both my preferred training provider in this instance. Okay, so this basically allows me to use this organization as a training provider when I do my application. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. I'm just going to click next. I'm going to upload these required documents. Just to go through the same exercise again so that everybody follows. Okay, so for you to be able to capture a training partner and use them for an application, you need to capture their details and upload their documents. Only after that does that record get recognized as completed. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to capture these two documents and I'm not going to submit this. I'm just going to go close. Maybe my computer shuts down or I take a call or I come back, I lose power or anything. It means that this record can sit here as pending. Can you see that? So what that means is that I have not basically fully captured this record and I still need to be able to go and upload the documents that are required for this. Okay, so I'll come into my last one and I will just upload the document in here. Okay, let me just wait for that to load. So everything is done in here and I'm going to click submit. Only once I've uploaded those documents is this record completed. Only then will I be able to see it when I apply for a specific program. Okay. I'm just going to capture one more to show you what that exactly means, just so that we don't have that confusion now. Let me just do this quickly. Let's complete this one. Give me a second. Okay. So I'm going to capture one that is incomplete now. I'm going to call it my preferred provider. I'll just use SASITA as the main body. So what could happen is that, remember, when you apply your application, you don't have to do everything at once. You could do one part, come back the next day, or come back the next hour once you get your documentation. So it's very possible that I could be capturing this and I forget to upload my documents. Let's say I go away, I come back, I reset my computer, right? So it means this record is actually sitting here as pending. Can you see that? Let's keep in mind, this is my preferred provider, right? I'm going to go next to my programs. If I go into my programs, I'm going to capture, let's say I capture a skills program, for example, and I'm looking for employed skills programs, and I'm going to apply. And I'm looking for my preferred provider, but if I look at my dropdown, my preferred provider doesn't show, right? And the reason you can't select it in this application, it means it's missing some documentation. So for you to go and fix this, if you don't see it, you can just click cancel, you click close, we go back to the previous screen, and I go to that provider, I'm like, oh yes, Prudence training, preferred provider is pending. I just click on it, and I make sure that all the documents that are required are uploaded. So I'm just gonna do these one by one. Okay, document uploaded, and I'm going to click submit. I'll do the next document quickly, just to show you why that is required. I'm listening, sir.
Sorry, there's a question from Vongani.
Oh, are they back? I think last time we couldn't hear what they were saying. They can go for it.
Come through, Vongani.
Hello, good day.
Good day, ma'am.
This is the process of a new company.
No, we are doing the actual application now of grants.
Sorry.
So we're doing the actual application now for the programs that have been advertised. I think we covered that step before. Did you miss it?
Yes, I only saw for the new organization, not the existing organization.
Okay, I will show it to you one more time after this. If you can just allow me to go through the application process, we'll get back to that.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And then I will just click on submit. So now you'll see that provider is identified as completed in terms of capturing. So now if I go next and I want to go and apply for maybe a skills program, for example, and I'm going to go with unemployed legacy skills programs, I am basically able to come in here and actually select my provider. Now it shows. Okay. So these providers here will only show once that record is completed. In other words, once you've uploaded the required documents. Otherwise, you won't be able to link that to any of the programs that you're trying to apply for. Okay. I'll just apply for 20 grants in here. I'll go next. The next section asks me to upload documents. All right. I need to upload the documents for my accreditation for that program. So I'll come in here, I'll go browse, and I'm just going to click on my test document. Okay, so this means for the program that I'm applying for this provider, this is my accreditation document, and I'm going to submit by clicking finish. All right, I'm going to click on close. When you click on close, the program refreshes and it shows you that you've applied for this program with how many letters. Okay, are there any questions before I move to work integrated learning? I think we can see that it's quite simple, right? And just another thing to make note of, when we add programs here, I'm going to add a learnership, right? You'll notice that if you have already applied for a program, it will be blacked out. You won't be able to click on apply again. Okay, so if you want to go and make amendments to a program that you've already applied for, there's one way you can go about it. You won't be able to capture a new one. What you can do though is you can click on the program itself in your grid, and then from here you are able to change the number of learners. For example, I'm going to change that to 55, and I'm going to upload, maybe I've got the wrong document, I'm going to upload another one. And I'm just going to call it, okay, in this case, I'm just going to overwrite this one because they've got the same name. And then from here, I'm able to go and submit. Okay, so this means I'm able to change the number of grants on an existing program instead of capturing a new one. All right. Terence, before I continue, the floor is yours.
I just want to ask, once you've filled out the first stage as a new entrant, like for example, like a law firm, what's the turnaround time? I think you said like by the end of the day tomorrow.
I think on paper, the team indicated that they would require 2 days maximum, depending on the volume. So we are looking at a 2-day turnaround time. But I do believe that our colleagues did note that there was an influx with certain processes that they are busy with them in trying to work through them by the end of tomorrow, from what I got in the earlier discussion. Yeah.
Considering, do you get a notification once you have been approved to continue with the steps?
I'll have to confirm. I think we do want to basically issue a notification. I think those might have been disabled temporarily. So what you will get is a communication from the DG mailbox from our stakeholders. Definitely.
Lastly,
they will let you know. Yeah.
Thank you. Lastly, considering the close date, which is the 6th of April, do you think someone who's starting tomorrow the process as a law firm will be able to submit all the documents needed, considering the steps that you've just alluded on?
Absolutely. If you've got the documents at hand, you can get through this process within a couple of minutes. I think the only one that's out of your control is when you're waiting for the SETA to basically approve your request. For example, if you are linking yourself to a new organization, or if you've submitted a new organization, that's the one where you've got the 2-day dependency. But if all that is done, I think within a couple of minutes, you are able to go through the whole application. So that's why it's imperative that you do make sure that you are or get approved to be linked to an organization, or that if it's a new organization, it's submitted, and then the team will basically look into it. If that can be done expeditiously, then I think, yeah, a couple of minutes to go through the application is all that's needed. It's pretty simple.
Thank you very much.
No problem, sir. Okay. That covers anything related to training-related programs. And I'm going to assume that then our training providers and any employers who want to link or associate themselves as training providers are covered. The next thing I'll be looking at in the application is the next phase, which speaks to work-integrated learning. So you might find that someone is doing an application like I was doing now, and this is all they need. Then they would basically need to go through all the way to step 5, which I will explain now. Okay, so the next focus right now, I'm going to focus on work-integrated learning. And then I will look at our employed persons. Okay, so on the same application, what I can then do is I will click next. So I'm just going to move to step 3 of 6. And step 3 of 6 speaks to work-integrated learning. Okay, so this is basically mainly where our legal firms will be very much interested in, and any other companies that look at things like internships or TVET placements. I'm not sure if that's a question or if that's someone that should be muted. I'm just getting it. I'm just going to mute you, Terence, if you don't mind. There we go. All right. So I think for our law firms, you would have probably skip the first step, skip the second step, and this is where you're going to land on step 3, where you probably need to start applying for programs. So what you will then do is you will click on Add Programs. Very much similar to what I showed you with the other steps. You will come and select the program that you're trying to apply for. The difference with this is that there's no need to identify a training provider or any other form of partnership. You just come, you select your program, tell us the number of learners, and that's it. Okay. So in this instance, I'm going to apply for candidate attorneys, which is a 12-month program with PLT. Okay, I'm just going to click on apply. And in here, I will basically identify the focus area or the field of study for this program. I will also identify the actual name of the completed qualification, the number of mentors or principals for this, as well as the number of grants or number of learners. All right, so before I continue, I think Mr. Maluka, you normally have a word to share regarding the number of mentors and principals. If we can just maybe enlighten the colleagues quickly before I continue what we mean by that. I'm not sure if you got that, Mr. Maluka, or should I continue? Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Maluka to come back. So I'm just going to look at this. So in this instance, I'm going to capture maybe, I'm not sure what we would do. I'm just going to capture this as an LLB, as the main name of the qualification. And I would say that the number of mentors or principals, maybe in this case, it's 1. I'll wait for Mr. Maluka to give us enlightenment on that. And then I would say with the number of grants, I'm applying for 20 learners. Okay. And then I can basically just save that record. And then the system actually takes you back to the capturing screen, which means it allows you to capture more while you're there. So in case you didn't come just for one program, but you came, maybe you've got that, but you also have the conveyancing work that you want to apply for, which is also a candidacy. I will do the same thing, and I will just identify this as focus area being conveyancing. And then I'll just go LLB, and then let's just quickly do this. Give me a second, colleagues. And here I'm going to apply for 25 grants. All right. Okay, so you'll see when you apply, the system does tell you how many grants or lenders can be funded per program. This is basically the overall, what the SETA is making available in the funding window. All right. It doesn't mean that this is what is available per company or per organization. Okay, so basically you're all fighting for those number of grants if you're all applying for that one program, if I can put it that way. All right. Oguhle? You may go for it.
Greetings, I'm not sure if I'm audible.
You are clearly audible, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, so for the principals and mentors, are they required to have qualifications within the same field?
I think at that point, all they need to know is the ratio of learner to mentor, if I'm not mistaken. So at that point, we don't require that documentation. But I'll just wait for Mr. Maluka to shed some light as soon as he's back with us.
Also, so if maybe you say the focus area is LLB, so the mentors don't have to have a qualification within that field?
I would imagine that for them to be mentors, they would need to. But like I said, if I can just wait for Mr. Maluka to come back, he'll be able to shed some light on what they look out for with that mentorship to learner ratio. And then that answer will be answered. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Sure.
Rantien?
Yes, am I audible?
Clearly, sir.
Mine is simple. So I just wanted to confirm whether it is correct that the discretion grant for candidate attorneys applied by the Law Society of South Africa on behalf of law firms, or law firms are allowed to apply on their own?
Yes, these are law firms applying on their own in this instance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
But the assumption is that these law firms are paying levies to SASITA.
Okay.
So which means they are basically associated with SETA 19.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, sir. I see Edmund Muila. Or is this an AI bot? I'll just go AI. Edmund, you may go for it. Muila Incorporated. Okay, I think that hand went down. Ransing, I think that's an old hand, no? All right, I'm going to continue. Okay, I see we've got a request from Nyalangu Attorneys. Nyalungu Attorneys. Apologies for that. You may go ahead.
Sure. Thanks for giving me the platform. Look, there's just a couple of things. Firstly, the previous guy had raised a law society question. So there's okay, let me start with the instance where it's a law firm that's legally doesn't qualify to pay the SDL. They have to submit WSP, right? That's correct.
Correct.
And I'm a bit worried that the window for funding closes on Monday, and it's Monday today, and we've got a couple of holidays coming this week. Do you think it's feasible, or is it possible for a law firm to submit the WSP with the mandatory grants department, have that approved? Because we're struggling to get to the point where we get to the programs where we can apply, because when you open the portal in the beginning, it gave you 4 options. The first option was a facilitator, skills development training provider, and a law firm who doesn't qualify is not part of any of those categories. So it's difficult to register, to even have a profile for us to be able to even apply for the different grants.
Can you see my screen? Let me just make sure that I'm following correctly now. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're trying to create a profile, right? And then here, when you select the stakeholder type, you're not sure which way to go. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I may ask, within your organization, did you say that you submit WSPs to SASITA, or do you pay levies to SASITA? Not yet.
Not yet. We've never done it before. This is totally new. We don't qualify to pay the SDL because we are below the threshold with regards to our revenue. So I think in that, yes. So in that instance, I believe legally you're supposed to submit the WSP, and I think that will be able to give you, once that is approved, we'll be able to give you access to the portal. Because right now we're stuck. We don't know which category under, and there's no category that provides for people. The threshold, so that's where
no problem. I'm going to try and cover this from the CETA's perspective, né? And then I'll have my colleagues also jump in. So in your case, if I'm hearing you correctly, you don't pay levies, right? Because of the whole rule around levies, from what I can tell. I'm assuming it's a new organization that has been set up. How long is it since you've set up the organization, if I may ask?
Organization is long, since 2015. We just haven't, it's the first time it's new with regards to applying for funding through SASITA.
Yeah, but I would imagine, I'm just trying to ascertain one or two things. If it's been since 2015, are you saying that from then to now, you don't pay levies, if I'm hearing you correctly? Are you exempt from levies?
That's correct. That's correct. We don't reach the threshold for it. That's
Perfect.
correct.
No, that's fine. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I think what I would advise then is that one of the criteria that will be used to assess your application is your WSP submission, right? So, and it sounds like to me that's the first thing that you were trying to do. So what would normally happen, and then is that you could have different people wearing different hats, right? So in your instance, you could have somebody who's responsible for WSPs, and then you could have somebody totally different who's responsible for grants, right? And I'm going to assume in your case, it's the same person who will be doing these activities.
That's correct.
Okay, so what I would advise you do then when you create your profile, create your profile as a skills development facilitator. Okay, so what that does is this gives you access to the mandatory grants functions that allow you to basically capture a WSP and do all of that.
And then once the WSP has been captured, what happens after that? Are we able to now?
Yes, what you can do is that once that's done, and we can give you two heads, which means you can do the development facilitator functions, but we can also give you a DG head so that you can follow up and do the DG functions with the same account.
The DG functions are the ones that you are on, and I saw it needs like a SDL number,
100%.
Stuff that we wouldn't. So how will I go about?
So once you basically, so once we get you in touch with the mandatory grants team, it means they will be able to give you a temporary SDL number. That's the one that you're going to use to do your application. So in other words, they will say that come again?
How do I get in touch with the grants team?
So that's what I'm going to try and facilitate for you now. So we need to get you in touch with the mandatory grants team. I remember, I think earlier in our discussion, Mr. Maluka had mentioned that the information is available on the website, the SASITA website. And all you would need to do is basically get directed to the mandatory grants team. So you can call the main SASITA call center number. And then in that call, you can just ask to be directed to mandatory grants and then raise the issue that you have. They will be able to assist.
And lastly, do you think all of this can be able to happen before the closing date of next week, Monday?
I don't see why not. I think if you can get hold of them today, for them to create that org should be pretty quick from what I understand. But it just depends on whether you can get hold of them today. I think if you can try that. Otherwise, what you can then maybe do, if you can't get hold of them today, you can maybe log a request with a DG mailbox, and then we can see how we can expedite that request. But I would suggest you try this route first, make that phone call. But in the meantime, you can create a profile and you can select yourself as a skills development facilitator. That will get you ready for the next process that's going to happen with mandatory grants. And then we will be able to assist you from there, definitely.
Okay, so I I make a profile as a skills development facilitator, and then thereafter I'll have the functions of a facilitator. You're saying, if I'm trying to
Yes.
get you correctly, submit the WSP on the portal.
Correct. So I think once you do that,
okay.
yeah. So
Once-
the only reason for that, if I may just get Mr. Maloka, I don't know if you're available. The main reason for that is that one of the assessment criteria for your application will be whether you are operating within the jurisdiction of the SETA, whether you've submitted WSPs in the last, I don't know, I think it's last 2 or last financial year, and you might find that you find yourself wanting in that regard. So that's why I think for your application, it's imperative that you do the WSP process first. Then your application won't be jeopardized by that.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I think we had is admin Moila Incorporated back. I think that hand has been up. You may go for it before I continue. Okay, I think we're going to issue with the audio there again. Let's go to Isabel.
Hello, am I audible?
You are clearly audible, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to have a follow-up question. I keep hearing you saying that for the employers that would have submitted WSP and ATR, I'm just looking at the closing date for the 6th, while is the closing date for WSP and ATR is on the 30th. I'm not sure how to tie those two together. Does it mean that if we apply for the discretionary grant, whilst we're still in the process of our mandatory grant application, it will not be considered? Let's say we submit our WSP on the 20th of April, and you would have also submitted this application for the discretionary grant before the 6th of April. Does that affect us? Can you please provide clarity there?
Yes, ma'am. I think as long as it's submitted by the end of the window, by the time the team starts evaluating your application, it should be fine. Right.
All right.
So I would suggest that it's already in created status then by then. In other words, you've initiated the process to capture your WSP. And then you can always submit it by the time that that window closes.
Yes, no problem.
Then
Thank you
that
so
should be
much.
sufficient.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Mr. Maloka, before I move on from that, I don't know if you're back with us. I don't know if you want to add anything there. All right, I'm going to move on then. Vongani, I think you are back. Or was that an on hand?
Hi, sir, we are sorted.
Are you sorted? Fantastic.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
that will be work integrated learning in a nutshell. And then the other will type that we have is TVET placement. And in there, there'll be 2 advertised in this window. It's TVET placements over 12 months, and the other one is over 18 months. All right. And then all you do then when you apply is that you come, you click on apply. Just give me a second. And then you'll come and identify the focus area or the field of study. It can be a free text entry that you make, the name of the complete qualification, the number of mentors or principals, and the number of grants that you're applying for. All right, similar to any other will that would have been on the system. Okay, that's just the one page for work integrated learning, and then you would click next. And that would complete step 3 or 4. And remember, if you don't apply for work integrated learning, you can just skip it. You don't have to capture programs. Okay, so our programs have been split into 3 categories. It's training related, which speaks to something to do with skills development providers and accreditation. It's work integrated learning, which is speaking to our law firms and any other entities that require work integrated learning. And then the last one is employed bursaries. Okay, so this speaks to looking for bursaries for employed persons within the organization. All right, so before I continue with employed bursaries, do I have any questions related to work integrated learning? Are the legal firms covered? I think there were quite a few questions before we started around this. It's a very simple process. Any questions before I continue? Yes, Gunaite.
Thank you. You did mention on the previous Kai call that if you do not have an STL link, you can register as a skills development facilitator so that you can get the link. So are you going to use that link to then also apply as a discretionary grant stakeholder?
Yes, so what will happen is that if you've got a provider as an SDF, once you're done with that process, you can just request for your account to be provided with the DG functions. Okay, so what we are looking to do is to automatically allow SDFs to have DG functions, which is what we basically want. So what that means that on your profile, you'll be able to do both. You can do both employer management functions, which is submitting WSPs, or you can come and do discretionary grants functions. Okay, so you don't need to create two profiles for that if you're the same person. If you don't see the discretionary grants menu, you can just log a request to SASITA and it will be actioned very quickly.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Nyanunga attendees.
Yes, just lastly, there's a bit of a confusion. The legal field has its own training sort of body. It's called the Law Society of South Africa. They also have candidacy. I'm not sure.
Sorry, sir, I lost you there for a couple. I think I might have some lag. Do you want to just run that by me again?
Are you clear? Am I clear now?
I can hear you now. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. I'm saying the legal field also has a training provider or a body that provides training for legal people called the Law Society of South Africa, and it sometimes has funding that it also provides candidacy training programs for candidates in different doors, and they tell us that they receive funding from you guys. I'm not sure if you know anything about that. You can provide any clarity on that, because there was a question that was asked about that before.
Yes, so we do deal with the LPC actually, and how that would happen is a totally different process from what you are talking about now. Okay, so the process that we have in this funding window is that there's no dependency on the LPC in terms of applying. The only one being that you do have that reference letter that identifies that your firm is registered with the LPC. So the whole idea is to allow firms to come and apply. Firms who pay levies to SASITA or submit WSPs to SASITA to come and apply for grants for funding. So the other process is there, but it's a different route from what we are talking about now, where the LPC will come and have an agreement with SASITA, and then they will get funded, and then they will go and basically do the funding themselves, if I can put it that way. Okay. All right. Okay, so that covers our work integrated learning. To summarize, we're covering 3 types of work integrated learning programs. It's candidacy, TVET placement, as well as internships. That's all that you can apply for in this window. All right, I'm just going to go next to step 4 of 5, which is the last type of programs that you can apply for in these adversaries. So in this funding window, if you take a look at the advert, there are some programs that have been advertised, which means you can only apply for bursaries related to what has been advertised. And you would come onto this screen. If you don't want to apply for employed bursaries, you can just click next and go on to the next step. If you are interested in employed bursaries, then you click on add bursary program. And in here, you will see the 6 different programs that are advertised in this funding window. Okay, so these are either related to a field of study, or it could be occupations in high demand that the SETA needs to address. Okay, a simple application for a bursary program is me clicking apply. And all I would need to do here is identify the institution. So I'll say this is a public university, and then I can search for my university in my little search box here. I'll just take the Northwest, and I will say I'm looking for funding for 5 of my employees. And the qualification in hand could be anything that speaks to this field of study. So in this case, I'm talking, this one is based on occupations in high demand. So if I click on that, I can quickly go and search. And let's say this is, I'm just going to go with one fictitious one. So that I can show the code. Let me just do this quickly. Apologies. Let's say this is related to a finance manager. And I had a qualification speaking to that, for example. I don't know what we could use. I'm just going to go with a random one here, and I'll just go save. And that's all that would be required. All right. This is if I'm applying for a program that's focusing on occupation in high demand. I could have one that focuses on field of study. In this case, it's management. I will click on that. And I will select my institution. Let's go public university again. And I'm going to go with the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. And here I've got 12 grants that I'm applying for. And I'll just need to type in the name of the qualification for whatever it is. I'm just putting fictitious data here. And then that's it. If I click on close, I will see all the bursary applications that I'm actually applying for in this funding window. And it's as simple as that. Are there any questions regarding employed bursaries? All right, I'll take it there aren't. All right, so all applications now have covered training related. I've covered work integrated learning, and I've covered employed bursaries. Yes, Marilyn, before I continue.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that the employer is also the one that's going to apply for you on behalf of you in terms of bursaries.
Anything that's happening here is employer related. So the person who's applying here is representing an employer. So any actions I'm speaking about now are employer related. So in other words, it's not someone in their private capacity asking for a bursary, if that makes sense. It's an employer who says, I've got certain employees and I would like to apply for bursaries for them. So basically, this is for employed bursaries, employed persons within the organization.
Second question is, in terms of universities, is our employer going to do only public universities, or colleges are also involved, or private universities and stuff like that are involved?
So what we do have is we identify the type of institution. So these are the 4 different types that we identify or recognize. So if I was doing a private institution, I could go private institute and I will type in the name of the organization in here. Okay, so that is supported. Yeah.
If I wanna do my master's, but I want to do my master's in law, right? However, I want to do an IT related master's, right? So the institution best obviously would be a private institution for me personally. Yeah, so is it going to be okay?
Yeah, you just give us the name of the institution. That's it. You type it in.
Okay.
So you won't find it in our lookup of institutions. But like I said before, if the field doesn't have an asterisk, it means it's not necessarily a required field. So you can submit without capturing it. But here, all that this is a shortcut. So if I look at this, for example, and I say Nelson Mandela Metropolitan, it just means I don't have to type it in. But if it was a private institute, like in this case, and I was saying yours could probably be, I don't know, private training institution. For example, that was the name of the training provider. You will just type it in, select private institute here, and that's it. And then give us the rest of the details. Okay. But keep in mind that in this application, it's basically the DG stakeholder who's applying for grants on behalf of an employer. So in this case, let's say you had 2 employees who were looking for bursaries. You would capture, if it was the same program, you'd capture the same program and the number of grants that you're looking for. If it was 2 different programs, you'd capture 2 different programs in your application with 1 learner each. Does it make sense? So just keep in mind that this is not you in your personal capacity. Okay. Yeah.
But when I register, is it me in my personal capacity, or when we register because we are doing it, the company is the one that's ready?
Yeah, so the first thing you do is you register in your personal capacity. But if you were representing a company, I would assume that you would use your company email address. And then you still need to go through a process. Yeah.
I'm not, like, I am the candidate attorney, so I am with my employer right now because I told him we have to do this thing. Yeah. So right now I was registering as myself and then registering him and doing the entire process with him.
If you do that, what this sounds like to me is that you are going to be the one applying for grants.
Nope, he's the one doing everything in his computer. I'm just telling him what's going on in the meeting.
But what profile is he using? I'm trying to understand. You created a profile and they created a profile.
Yes, basically.
So who's applying?
He's the one up. for me.
I'm trying to understand the point of your profile. I'm just missing that part.
Yeah, I get when they said that we must apply, right? Obviously, you have to register yourself.
No, only if you are going to be the one applying. So in other words, if you are representing an organization.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, then your profile is going to be useless.
Okay.
Because there isn't much that you're going to be able to do with it until a funding window is open for individual bursaries.
Oh, okay. So it's
Do you know
fine.
what I
I'll
mean?
just let them apply. Yeah.
Yes. Because remember, there's certain
you.
documentation that will be required that
think-
you won't have, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you, because we were also confused with some of these things, but like.
Yeah, think of it this way. Whatever's happening here, it's an organization that's acting. And they've appointed someone to act on their behalf. That's the whole point. Okay, so that's where the delegation of authority comes from, and all of these other documents are required. And then all they would do is they wouldn't give us your details as the person who's looking for those bursaries or that bursary. They will just tell us the number of learners, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my details are not needed. Nothing of me is needed there.
Not at this point. It's only if that company gets awarded, only then would then the need for the learners be required when we start registering learners for that grant. At this point, it's basically just saying reserve the funds for me, basically. That's what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir, because
All
I had
right.
a very big confusion right.
No, I can see why you're confused. This one is not for you.
Sir?
I'm saying this one is not for you in terms of the actual process, but you might be the benefactor from that, but it's not you doing the process. Okay.
Yes.
It's the company itself. Yeah. Okay. All right, Bongani.
When we try to create a new application, the option of select is not active.
Bongani, have you been with us? I think this is the third time this gets raised, and I think I've explained 3 different times what that means. Should I do it again? Are you going to stay with me this time? I think I've done that 3 times already, colleagues. Okay, it's fine. I'll close with that. Just keep that in mind. Let me get through the application. I'll come back to that now.
Okay.
All right. David?
Thanks very much, my good sir. Just
Yes,
a
sir.
quick one.
Hmm.
We have done the registration. I've just did the registration.
Mhm.
However, I did not receive the email on my box. So I'm concerned, is there anything that I should do for me to receive it? I've refreshed, I've checked on the spam, there's still nothing.
Let me check. So, sorry. And we can check that for you, sir. What I've noticed, though, when that happens is if multiple people share the same email address. And I'll see what that means for you. So what you can do is you can just dump your email address in the chat. I'm sure by the time we finish the session, I'll have an answer for you.
Okay, perfect. And then my last second question is, we are accredited with cybersecurity, data science, and other IT courses, but we are not, we are a non-paying service provider to you guys as SASITA. So I want to know there to say, do we still go ahead because we are looking for candidates for our SOC cybersecurity platform? So I'm not sure if this will still qualify for us.
Yeah, let me just make sure I get that straight 100%. So you're saying you're a training provider and you are in the cybersecurity space.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming you are here because in the funding window, there's a program related to cybersecurity.
That's correct.
Correct. So in other words, you want to come and train certain learners who will be granted. So in other words, you want to offer your services as a training provider for these programs. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, so our organization is divided into 2 sectors. So we've got RSM Academy that focuses strictly on the training that has got accreditation with QCT or within the ICT space for cyber and other different ICT. And then we've got RSM Africa, which is the host company that actually deals and does the development of different systems and structures. So for instance, now we are building a cyber SOC, which we then now need to say, if RSM Academy is awarded this opportunity, then the host company becomes Erison Africa, because all these graduates now gets to be fed into the cyber SOC that we are anticipating to build.
Okay, so if I may ask, then in this, if you look at this being the private sector funding window that is focusing on organizations that either pay levies or submit WSPs to SASITA, and I'm assuming by that alone you don't operate in that jurisdiction, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So what that sounds to me is like you should then be a partner to an employer who is looking to train learners in this regard. And if that's the case, it means that they can use your details to submit or apply for an application for cybersecurity. So in other words, if I can just quickly go back to my steps here, unless I'm misunderstanding what you've said, né? Just let me know if I'm wrong. So imagine I am VisionWave and I've got a relationship with you as, what's the name of the organization?
Erison Africa.
Erison Africa. So I would say, okay, cool. I know that there's a program for cybersecurity that's out, right? And I would say, okay, I can come in here and I'm going to capture the name. The name keeps missing me, man. If you can just endorsed me. RIS. Yeah.
ERIS, E for East, SN, yeah, N at the end, yeah. Erison Africa. Put an N there. Put an N. No, remove an O, yeah. That's it. Africa, that's correct.
So it's Erison like this.
Yeah, Erison Africa, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm gonna assume that your trading name is a SAID.
Okay. That's correct, yes.
All right. I'm just gonna capture a fictitious
that's correct,
company registration number. Okay. So don't worry about that detail. Then you must have some kind of accreditation with some kind of body. Right?
That's correct, yes. QCTO,
and
yeah.
With QCTO, right? So I'm just going to go random number again, and I'm going to capture the QCTO as the quality assurance body. All right. So remember, at this point, I'm applying for grants with SASITA.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm saying, you know what? I know about Erison Africa. I've got an MOU with them or some kind of agreement. I'm going to use them as my partner. So now in my capacity as I'm representing VisionWave in this discussion, in my application, I'm going to capture you as a training provider, Erison Africa. And because I've got a relationship with you, it means that I should have access to these following documents that I can get from you, right? So one that you might not have in your instance would be a serial registration document, for example. Okay, because I'm assuming that these are not related to security training programs, but an IT program.
Yes, we don't have, yeah.
Correct. So what I would suggest you do then is that I would get your CPC from you, I would imagine. So I'm just going to come and upload a dummy document.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm just going to submit that on my side. Remember, this is not you performing this, né? This would be the employer that you've got a relationship with. Then I would suggest that for your CIRA, because you won't be doing training related programs, I think it won't hurt to just upload your CPC document as well again, right? Because that CIRA document only gets evaluated if the program that I'm applying for is security related.
It's aligned to that, okay, yes.
100%. That's what I'm saying. It's not too important right now if you upload the wrong document, but the system won't let you unless you upload something. So I'm saying even